Not in the lower lyrics section, the melodies only. And then we'll have a coffee break, this time with cookies. And then we have a second panel, and then the keynote at 5, and then we'll have a concert with Palo Negro at 7 p.m. in Lily Pad. Alright? By the way, the concert is technically, you have to pay for a ticket, but you don't have to. Just like when you get to the door, say that you're with the worship and you'll just pass through. Alright. Okay, so, whenever you're ready.
Oh, okay. Well, hi, good morning, everyone. So, thanks for having me here. It's nice to have a chance to present this work, which I haven't really had the chance to do before, with the exception of kind of the this work comes out of my master's project from last year, and so I had a chance to present this to 3 people on my panel in my master's program, and then that was the end of it. So this is great, and I'm really looking forward to hearing some feedback about it. I kind of want to just start, I mean, it sounds like people might have read, but just in case you didn't get a chance to read, I just wanted to kind of like give a very quick, like 2-minute overview of just what this opera is and like who it's by and stuff like that. So the opera is by a composer from the 20th century in Brazil, Camargo Guarnieri, and he was composing starting around the mid-1920s, and he lived up until the 1990s. So he was composing a lot in the 20th century in Brazil, and was pretty well known. The libretto itself is by Mario de Andrade, who is a big influence on Guarnieri in general. They worked together when Guarnieri was younger. So they worked on this opera together in 1928, and they finished it in 1932. There are 3 characters in the opera. It's a very small opera, kind of functions as like an intermezzo or comic. It's called a comic opera. That's what it's called on the libretto. And those 3 characters are Baiana and Alamão, and they are married. And the 3rd character is Pedro Malas Artes, who's kind of this wily, roving character who comes in and is clearly having a relationship with Baiana without Alamão's knowledge. And so just to, I kind of, the way I talk about it in the papers, I use those 3 characters to talk about the music that relates to them in different ways. And then I really talk about the music after that. So I wanted to just play a couple examples of those things. I did send examples to with my paper, but I want to just play them quickly so that we know kind of what I'm talking about. So the Baiana sings a song. She sings a couple times. She sings it kind of like an aria / song thing that is referred to in the opera as a modinha, which is a common kind of popular or salon song of Brazil. And this is what the modinha sounds like in the opera. First phrase of the I never know where to cut that off because it just kind of flows. The whole first verse kind of flows, but that's what that sounds like. And the second kind of type of music, but also song in the or aria in the opera that we're talking about is the embolada that Pedro Malas Artes sings, and this is kind of like functions in an opera, like if you're thinking about kind of like fun things that operas do in kind of a patter song way, for that's what I say as kind of a gloss of what's happening. Etc. And then the last part that I'm kind of discussing in the paper is these little chorus interjections that happen in both of those songs, where the chorus is doing this kind of interesting thing where it's outside of the outside of the actual house where things are taking place, and yet they're interjecting into all of these as if they are unaware of what's happening, but at the same time somehow very intimately connected to what's happening. The Ciranda chorus is it's taking place in the town square at the same time as we're watching the opera take place inside of a house. So I have a quick example in the Modinha of that happening. You can hear kind of the soloist on top and forefronting. The texture is you can hear the chorus, but there's the soloist still talking to people in the opera inside the home at the same time. Oops. Okay. So I just wanted to give that kind of quick overview in my first few minutes, and also now just move on to like what I'm hoping to hear back and give you an idea of where I'm coming from at this point. So I explained that this is kind of like almost a second phase of what I'm doing here. At first I was really looking at kind of these topical parts of the song, the Embolada being an interjection, which is actually a folk song from Brazil, and the Modinha, which is kind of a popular type song, also as an interjection or as being used in the opera. But I'm kind of hoping to go farther, and I think probably this is very much obviously a work in progress. It's a draft of something kind of that I'm pushing, or it's becoming a draft again, I guess I should say. And so so I am trying to get into kind of a little bit of my own point of view and criticism. You think you can kind of see that. I discuss like branqueamento very briefly, and I'm painfully aware of how briefly I discussed that. And I also am trying to like incorporate some of like Saulo Gouvea's ideas on like the Brazilian modernist meta narrative, but I'm definitely kind of still working through who to cite and bibliographies, and if anybody has that kind of those kinds of suggestions, I think I'm really most. I feel that I lack that information the most. And I'm also very much open to kind of reworking this in any way. Like, I have a lot of information in my mind, and I'm not sure about how it's coming off on the page. And I'm not sure about, when I'm just going too far with something that seems to be overkill, and when I'm glossing something that is demanding, that the readers would need to have a better background in. So that's kind of where I am now with that. And I think I've already said this, but just kind of like rereading my paper last night, I was really like, to me, it's very drafty and very, I recognize that it's somewhat incomplete, and even in some sections repetitive, and so I'm also kind of apologizing for any like grammatical or like lexical errors that you may have read. And I think that's all I have to say about that.
Well, first one doesn't ask Okay, I'll go first. I first wanted to say that this was just a delight to read. I really enjoyed the chance to sort of see a somewhat deeper discussion of relating the Mojinha and the Embolado and the Ciranda and kind of how they weave together, not just musically but textually. And to that end, well, let's see. How shall I structure this? Maybe I'll just sort of list out all the questions and points. In terms of sources, to specifically answer your question on that, I really think you use good ones. I think that Gouveia is an interesting source, and I really like his discussion. You might want to look at, I believe it's Cristina Magaldi's, not the Imperial Rio book, but there's a chapter she has in The Making of Brazil where she talks about differences in Brasilidade and changes from Gomez, which might be quite valuable for this because of the operatic content. And then also Cassandra Hartford's dissertation deals with Maracatu de Chico Rei from Francisco Mignoni, where she does some cool work on that. I think that might be, what's it called, embargoed quarantine, whatever it is. But if you get in touch with her, she'll just send it to you. She's great. Yeah, okay. I was curious, and maybe I just missed it. When did Andrade write the libretto? Because I haven't worked on Pedro Malazzi, and I can't remember.
It's funny. He writes it in 28. They talk about this once, and supposedly, according to lore, he goes home and writes it after they talk about it.
Okay, but so it's he writes it, and then after that, Guarnieri sets it. They're not sort of going back and forth or anything like that in terms of the production, or is it? I was sort of curious to know a little bit more about the working relationship on this piece.
They worked closely on it because they were working closely. I would guess, I don't have proof that they worked very closely on this, but I know that between the years of like 28 and 32, they were working very closely. Like Guarnieri was going to Andrade's house for lessons, music lessons and discussions on like folklore and how to use that in music. So.
Yeah. I suppose the thing that was in particular interesting for me there is because, of course, there is that power differential, right?
Yeah.
With Andrade being sort of Guarnieri's instructor, that it's not just like a collaboration of two people working together on something. And so I think that might be worth sort of, if there is some more documentary evidence, like maybe at the IEB, where they have a lot of Andrade's letters, that you might be able to find some of that. And then I wanted to look at a couple of alternative interpretations on regionalism versus nationalism. I think at one point you sort of say like about Andrade just sort of looking at nationalism as these regions sort of like a kind of totalizing force. But I wonder if instead of that, I mean, I think there are other readings that might allow you to look at it as being quite regional in a certain sense, right? Because of course, Baiana refers to the Northeast, right? She's from Bahia. And to be Alemão refers to, in general, the South, right? Santa Catarina and that whole area. So there's not just a racial difference, but maybe also sort of a South-North difference there and an urban-rural difference there. And to that end, I wonder if the Mojinha might be read as a joke. Maybe not, but it might be. I mean, particularly in the 30s where regionalism is a big part. Northeast regionalism with Jorge Amado and, all that kind of style, the kind of unlearned sort of, unlearned is not the word for it, but like not symbolist, right? Kind of language. If that is, I'm sorry, I didn't finish my train of thought about that. Where I was going with it. But that the Mojinha, the idea of awkwardness, right? That that there's a lot of jokes made about the Northeast. To that end, it's like the butt of a lot of jokes for having a funny accent, for not being learned, for not, being in urban centers and stuff. And then I wondered if I wanted to think a little bit more about this kind of nether region between branqueamento and racial democracy, right? Because this is after the official end of the government's policy of branqueamento, right? But it's before racial democracy really takes off, and so there's kind of I wondered if there might be more to be gained from thinking about it as like a space between, right? Where it's not necessarily in that same time and same frame as the Redemption of Ham painting, right? It's after that, right? and that Andrade has a real investment in sort of demonstrating everybody's part of Brazil versus like that Alemão is somehow whitening Baiana, right? So I wondered if there might be more we gain from kind of seeing where the vestiges of Branquimento intersect with that and attitudes about race. Yeah.
So maybe just to follow on what Chelsea was saying, right, about Branquimento. Could you mention it briefly, that you mentioned, I just said. So I was interested in issues of race and that are that come out of the treatment of the characters, but also that come out of the selection of repertories. I was wondering about first about that, about how the selection of Miranda, Modinha, what does that say about what they're thinking in terms of race? No? Why do they select those genres and not others? What kind of Brasilidade are they trying to perform in terms of race by selecting those musics? And how would this specific type of invention of the nation engage the notion of imagined community that you also refer to as model of identity construction? So basically, what does this opera as a performative utterance, how does it problematize or might problematize Anderson's notion of imagined community? So that's in general about the selection of the music, but also, for example, the rendition of Baiana as a sort of mulata, and you can imagine your kind of treated in Cuban literature, which is, again, we mentioned yesterday, a motto that keeps coming by. So I wonder if there's any relationship in time of what's happening in Cuba and what's happening in Brazil in terms of racial discourse. So that's one of the things that I was interested in. The other thing is a more general one, which is to take on the idea of Brasilidade as an intersection of modernism and nationalism, which I think is sort of a large theoretical background that sort of structure that actually your work is standing on. So you mentioned a couple of interesting things that I want to sort of push you to work further on. One is from the first couple of pages, rather than function as separate but coinciding movements, modernism and musical nationalism often overlapped. So that idea of overlapping, as opposed to sort of the most traditional take on, these are opposites. So I would like to go on that and actually try to push it further, because this is what some scholars who are interested in this relationship are trying to do, not to see them, not only to see them as not a dichotomy, but actually as working together, as one performing the other. So there's no notion of nationalism without a notion of modernism. They're actually being constructed together.
Particularly when you say that 1928, right, the same year as the Ensayo, the same year as the Manifesto Antropofágico, right? Yeah. Like that it's all, that it is about nation as modernism.
Yeah, definitely. And in that sense, what is the role of the vernacular? What is playing in this construction of both construction of the idea of what is tradition, what is Brazilian tradition, and what is Brazilian modernism? So one of the books that we read in the class was Michael Denning's Noise Uprising, which is a take on, he's arguing for the presence of vernacular at the real revolution of modernism in the 20th century. But he's working it from the point of view of record production, and the presence of all these local music that are everywhere, and how that actually develops a sense of modernity. My argument is that this is not only, the vernacular is not only important in that sense that Michael Denning is talking about, but it's also important in the very construction of the avant-garde, the European avant-garde. as a central idea in the construction of difference, no? And the other. Who is this other that modern Europe is constructing itself against? No? So in that sense, I have a couple of suggestions. Dating is one, not surprising. And Mario Ochoa's orality, that deals with some of those issues. And maybe a little bit of Sounds of the Modern Nation, which also deals with and so my last question is about reception. So I was wondering, because part of your analysis is sort of comparing Commedia dell'arte with elements from in a Brazilian context. No? So I wonder how the audiences heard those things. What kind of audiences were there in Brazil listening to those musics, who will be able to recognize Commedia dell'arte elements, learn elements from Commedia dell'arte, and popular elements from Brazilian music, and back and forth. What kind of how would people listen if it's possible?
All right, cool. Thank you so much. I think I'll just start with the last question you asked. And I don't know the answer, really. I haven't turned to that, so I would like to do that, and I think that's definitely a place where I can start looking. I don't know I know more what kind of people go to the opera in Brazil now than I do of what kinds of people went to the opera in the and here's the other kind of weird thing is that it was written for I assume, for kind of a 1930s audience, but it was not actually put on until 1952. Mm-hmm. So there's actually, maybe I have to answer both of those questions, like what kind of people went to the opera in the 30s, and then what kind of people went to the opera in the 50s to know, to have a better idea of like reception versus intention.
Imagine.
Or perhaps even like if there is a vibrant opera scene, right? Because this is not, I mean, if so, what operas are being performed. So Magaldi talks some about that, but not in the 1930s. And I don't know if there are, like, I can't think of a lot of operas from this time that are Brazilian, so.
Okay, great. Let's see, questions. Issues of race vis-a-vis the characters and the repertoires. I will think about that. I don't know if I can come up with an answer for that, but what do these selections say about race? I think I'm kind of in my writing feeling it out, but never actually saying anything about that. So I want to go there. Let's see. And also the question of kind of like Anderson's notion of imagined community, being maybe not an exact model that this fits into, and talking about that. I think that's something I also haven't thought a lot about, and would like to do, and kind of going back to, let's see, there were a couple other questions. Yes. So Chelsea, you asked about like branqueamento and racial democracy, and I don't know a lot about that space in between, and I do know kind of generally like the ideas about racial democracy, but haven't done a lot of reading on that. So I would like to look into that and find out more about that.
One place you might want to look for that is Skidmore writes a lot about that, and Schwartz.
Yeah, Schwartz. Sure.
Some of the literature on racial democracy that talks about the problems of sort of perceiving all races as equally rich in Brazil will kind of have a lot of resonance for the problems of even kind of a pre-racial democracy view of it, right? Because it's clear, even as Andrade is talking about sort of wanting to show all of Brazil, that he says like she's legitima, whatever it is, right?
Gosh,
it's like, yeah, like she's legitimately mulatta, like whitely mulatta or whatever, right? And And a parallel could be drawn there with Makuna Ima to his novel, where the lead character goes from being black to white, right?
Right. It's great.
It'd be a nice space to look at that way.
Great, thank you.
In case you don't have this in your radar yet, I mean, there is this, in terms of this pre-racial democracy and kind of like a different historiographic view of that. So this Mark Hertzman's book on the making of samba,
That's a
like
good
an
one,
interesting
yeah.
take on that. And about Mario G. Andrade in particular, even though focus on his idea of popular music, but kind of like a really interesting conceptualization of he living in these multiple cultural worlds. There is this very recent book of Juliana Pérez González, it's like Mario G. Andrade y o concepto da música popular. It's very good.
Was just gonna say that.
Okay.
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. Mario G. Andrade e o conceito
Mario
de-
G. Andrade y o conceito da música popular.
Da música popular.
Also, this book by Roberto Barbato, Misionarios de una Utopía Nacional Popular. It's about like intellectual workings of the Sao Paulo cultural offices, which it's not directly, you know, it can give you an idea of who's going to these things and what's the purpose of this from the state.
Great, thank you.
There's something very interesting about Juliana's study is like seeing Mario G. Andrade in some kind of transnational fashion by means of like the examination of like a series of really original sources that have been in Japan. So all these correspondence with multiple, mostly like music scholars, but also institutional people from other parts of Latin America. So all these visions, in spite of the focus being popular music, that there is like all these visions about how we are perceiving these entanglements between Western art music and opera and popular music and the construction of imagined nations.
Yeah.
Mhm.
It's funny, that I'm sure that will be very helpful, and it reminds me a little bit of what Chelsea was saying about the where Andrade's role was, you know, how was Andrade's role within this opera and the creation of the opera. And something that I thought about saying in my little spiel at the beginning is that the more I worked on this, and I think I've pushed against this, and I wonder if maybe I shouldn't be, the more I've worked on this opera and thought about this opera, the more it's just turned into an Andrade project. Whereas like when I first started to do it, I was like, wow, I really like Guarnieri's music. Like I've always really liked it. I wonder if, you know, so that will be really interesting.
I was really fascinated by the use of the different genres in this piece too, and I wondered, I don't know if you said it because I read really quickly. Is it set somewhere? Is it set like in Rio or?
Yeah, it's set in Santa Catarina.
Okay.
So it's set in the south.
In the south, so it's all because I feel like Ciranda and Imbolata both for me are very northeastern,
Right.
and so there's this also and kind of a narrative of internal migration that's happening at this time that goes to your discussion of nation, sort of identifying the Brazilian nation and nationhood, and the Malas Archie character to me is like, so the Embolada for me needs an audience, right? So it's sort of strange that there is no audience. The audience is like the chorus outside that we
Yeah.
hear interjecting. Anyway, but I forget where I was going with that, but I just the Malas Archie character as like a Brazilian character, as like the malandro, the character, like the surviving Brazilian characters. You know what I mean? As there's a part of your narrative where it sounds like when he leaves, he dies, or there's some sort of resolution. And to me, I don't know, because I haven't studied the piece, but I feel like his leaving is part of his character, and it's like his migration and his like slipping in, and he slips in, takes advantage, and slips out again. Kind of. So I just wondered if that, examining his character, examining those interactions, but also based on the genre, help think about what kind of Brazilian character or what kind of person is a Brazilian. Do you know what I mean?
Right.
Say
Yeah.
more about that.
I mean, I can talk a little bit about like the ending, which I allude to, and I realized that then I like really allude to it, and at one point I'm like, I'll talk more about this, and then I don't because I cut parts of this, and then
Okay.
but and I didn't realize that I still had that sentence. I overlooked that, but yes, like he does leave in the end, and if it comes off as him dying, I think that's not true. He doesn't. He goes off to, you know, supposedly become like a rubber tapper, and, you know, this hard life that he says he's going off to, which is obviously, we know because he's Malazarchi, probably not true. But he goes. What I think is interesting, and what I don't have an answer to, I don't know, I think there are different ways of looking at it, and I don't want to shut it down, but he, at the end, right after this Mojinga happens, which is quite odd, you know, it's just really kind of an odd sounding Mojinga, like, they're usually very lovely sounding in any way you can imagine, like they're tonal and do other things in real life, right? But he listens
really weird
to
sounding
it.
too, though, right?
Yeah.
Like,
What's that?
That's like the weirdest sounding Mullah I've ever heard, for sure.
Yeah.
Yes.
I think they're all very
right.
disfigured or
Yeah,
transfigured.
yeah, absolutely. And I think one of the things that happens with Malazarchi is after he hears this Mojinga in more of a traditional sense, I think it's touching to him in a way. There's a moment of silence in the piece where all of a sudden there's this like, and then he says, I have to go. And, you know, you can take it, you can read it, and I've seen productions of it where this is read as really funny. It's like, all right, that was super boring, I gotta go, you know? But I think also, like, I think there's a moment there where it's like a little bit uncomfortable for him, and he realizes, and then he has to barter for all of his goods, because that's what Malazarchi has to do in every kind of scenario he's in. He has to, you know, give away his goods and get way too much in return, way too much money in return for these goods that he brings with him, and he does that, but he offers a discount, and it's quite a discount. Like, it's enough of it because he says, well, I'll take it for this much, and the Alamau is totally ready to give that money up, and Bayana realizes, like, oh my God, we'll be destitute if you please don't do that. And then all of a sudden Malazarchi goes, well, how about like half off, you know? And then it very succinctly, in kind of a comic opera way, wraps up. They exchange money and goods, and he leaves with the money. But that's just something that I don't know what that means, you know, and it's still a question for me as far as like kind of Malazarchi and Brazilianness and what's happening with his character that seems so out of place.
Did Mari Chandraji specify Embolado and Mojinha? Like, I noticed in the Cirandas, like in the text that it's a Ciranda, right? But did he put in the libretto what he wanted it to be, or is that just how Guarnieri said it?
It's in the libretto.
Okay.
Yeah, it's in the libretto in the beginning as a synopsis, and the Mojinha is Alamão says to Baiana right before the Mojinha starts, like, você tira modas bem, you know, and so. Yeah.
I actually had a question about the character of Alamão.
Oh yeah.
And so in relation to this construction of the ideal different, so I was thinking about what is the role of xenophobia in the formation of this modern Brazilian identity, and why is he treated that way, and why is he German?
Yeah, I think
Why doesn't he get to sing?
he doesn't get to sing. Yeah, he's not like completely German, but you know his name is already like strangely distorted in your words, right? Yeah, and he certainly is kind of an idiot in like right. He plays like the kind of Pierrot, if we're considering this commedia dell'arte kind of scenario. So I think yeah, I could definitely add kind of a section on what that means as far as you know, and Andrade himself was quite xenophobic, or uncomfortable with the idea of like changing.
I don't know. The thing is that is, just thinking in the historiography around this period in particular, it's like something between xenophobia, but also some kind of, for lack of a better expression, cultural protectionism. Yeah, so it's much more of not necessarily xenophobic feeling, but much more like let's protect this Brazilian thing.
Thank you.
And in both in racial terms and musically, that's just so clearly. I mean, and Pichinguinha and all these people, the Oito Baitutas and all, they're really within that project.
wondered too. I can't remember. Is Guarnieri's family Italian? And if Andrade wrote this as being specifically for Guarnieri to set, Andrade was so anti-Italian, and particularly in the São Paulo Conservatory. And I wonder if sort of instead of putting those feelings onto a German, maybe it makes it a little bit more palatable for Guarnieri to participate
I
in. So it wonder. Doesn't sound like he's taking a jab at his prison collaborator. Or whatever.
Yeah. I'll have to dig in archives and see if I can find it.
I was thinking about the production too, like, even though there wasn't a public production until the 50s, it seems like there's this, like, there is a community, it's such a small piece that there could have been sort of informal, I don't know, like salon kind of, I don't know if that's even worth pursuing or if
Yeah.
it makes a difference, but do you know what I mean? Like,
Yes, I
I don't
do.
know. I don't know, it's not really not my field, so I probably shouldn't say anything, but just, I would be curious to know, like, were there other
Yeah.
places where it was experimented with or just for a private party or,
Right, yeah.
I don't know, to entertain friends or shared in other ways besides like on a stage?
Thank you, yeah. I don't have an answer to that. I know that there is a, what do we call those things? There's full score and then there's reduced score. But the reduced score is, Guarnieri used to write all his reduced scores from like kind of like he would just take all the notes that are in one chord and like write them in big stacks like over, so they're not playable per se, but I wonder if there are other things out there that I could find that make it clear that he's actually writing it to be playable, because we know that his reduced scores are normally not. So
I'm totally out of my depths, but I got done wondering if this Baiana is related to Acevedo's Baiana in the slum in 1890. So O Cortiço,
I don't know this reference.
yeah, so the slum and Acevedo, I can't remember the rest of his name.
Luis Azevedo and
Anyway, it's
Chisu.
and the Hita Baiana
It's
is
like a landmark kind of piece about the slums and
yeah, and like
character.
Rita Baiana.
Yeah.
And so I was wondering if there was a borrowing there, and then also that connects to costumbrismo, which which maybe like this painting that you give at the end, right? Is anyway that's like
Yeah.
when Acevedo's coming out of that. So because I really liked that the painting came in, and I thought like, and especially given the character of Andrade, like it would be interesting to tie this into a longer line of literature and visual art in connection to the into like what's informing this piece. And Baiana, this this line of Baiana.
Yeah, I would love to do something like that. I feel like do you see what I mean? Like, this is a 30-minute opera.
there's
But there's like why, and I feel like it's because of Andrade. Like there are just so many like little histories. I mean, I hate to essentialize and also like make Andrade into this like kind of meta masculine kind of character who was doing everything on his own and just using his brain. But it was just so prolific and had so many ideas. That
It's inescapable in this period.
Yeah.
True.
Like, even if you weren't the librettist for this.
You'd still be talking about Andrade.
Okay.
Anyway, I think we should wrap it up with Melody. Let's thank her. Alright, then now we have John Dilworth. Right.
Hi, I'm John. I'm not sure if you did introductions before I got here yesterday. I was at a seminar.
We actually haven't done introductions,
Oh, really?
so let's
Okay.
in this space. You want introduction? Okay, John Dilworth is a second year.
I can do myself, thank you. So yeah, I don't currently have a dissertation topic. I've got no idea, which in a minute isn't that much of a problem, but it soon will be a problem. And this paper was an end-of-term paper for Professor Madrid's seminar, and I could possibly go further with this topic, but I'm not entirely sure. It's a little bit out of my comfort zone. So my last larger scale kind of research was a master's thesis on Handel concerts in London in the 1850s, with different set of lenses. I should also say I've got absolutely no expertise in Irish traditional music, and it's like nothing. I know shamefully little about it. perhaps because of all this, it's, all comments are useful. So kind of the kind, the brutal, the brutally kind, the whatever. So I started this topic. I was looking for something that would kind of talk to lots of the same issues as Professor Woodard's seminar, but with nothing in Spanish because I can't read Spanish. And I realised that there's all kinds of affinities between Irish history and kind of some of these post-colonial nationalisms that we're discussing, that were conditions for a lot of what we were discussing, and kind of the local forms of modernisms based on kind of traditional cultures or whatever. And out of this, Francis O'Neill seemed a really fascinating figure. He's a chief of police in Chicago who decided to collect Irish tunes and publish a kind of definitive version of a collection of Irish melodies. They're mostly kind of they aren't really songs, it's all kind of instrumental music. But he did this from Chicago, and it kind of went back, it kind of had this odd reaction back in Ireland as well, and it's all kind of project. So yeah, it's only when I was doing revisions like 2 weeks ago, I realised that I'd been thinking about this collection a little bit slightly wrongly. I thought of it as kind of maybe something that would have been produced for musicians themselves, just gigging in saloons, whatever, or like this kind of scientific work that would have been published very plainly. But then I discovered that it was actually this kind of luxury item, this 1903 collection of Irish traditional music. And also, I came here yesterday from a book history seminar and realised that I've been talking about this book as if it was just this text that didn't have any kind of material grounding in any way. I wanted to bring it along, but it's actually such a nice book that it's kept in the special collections in the library here, so I can't do anything. But I can pass around these pictures of the book. And you can see it's kind of this kind of richly elaborate kind of cover with all of these kind of Celtic motifs. It's quite an interesting document. So anyway, reading this paper again in preparation, I was struck by a few things. Apart from kind of lapses in style caused by some hasty editing, I realised that, especially after Professor Quintero's talk yesterday, that cosmopolitanism might be a good model for talking about a lot of the issues that I discussed. That kind of is actually hovering over quite a lot, but I've only touched on it once or twice. So if I'm talking about kind of this collection as something that's very much to do with middle class experience and respectability, and something that happens definitely in an urban setting, and about the kind of mix of national identities and how that's affected by these kind of contact with different cultures. And also, it becomes clear that O'Neill has a very kind of a lot more of an open sense of the Irish nationalism than other people, and that's all kind of seems to be connected maybe to this cosmopolitanism. So maybe that would be another direction to go. Also, I realised when I get to the middle of the paper, I'm talking about. I thought there seemed to be different ideas of historical time and different notions of progress or degeneration that come up in O'Neill's writings in the introduction, and I thought I'd really confused myself about those. And it's only when I was looking at some of the sources that some other kind of histories, I realised that there's one historical narrative which seems to be like Irish music is thriving, it's constantly changing, it's adapting to new conditions, it's doing great, and there's another one that seems to be saying it's sick and it's dying and we need to save it. And I realised that maybe I wanted to say maybe this is to do with kind of Francis O'Neill's kind of double position as a kind of Irish American, or kind of being situated here but feeling at home there. But actually I realised it's also kind of just he's an enthusiast who's gathered all these historical materials and he sees his job as a historian to kind of synthesize, and he ends up being kind of synthesizing quite a few different notions. And that's about all I kind of thought. Yeah.
Thank you.
Go first.
Okay, sure. This was a real treat reading this text. It brought together three sides of my interests. I'm really passionate about reading cosmopolitanism theory, transnational studies, studies of diaspora. And then I'm also Irish American, so reading this was a kind of me search in a way. And then also I have an informal interest in urban history, especially American urban history in the late 19th and early 19th century. So this is a real treat. So my sense of the narrative was that as you were writing the paper, reading the paper from beginning to end, I thought that I had a much clearer sense of what the larger arguments of the paper were in the last half of it, basically. So you make an argument about conceptualizations of diaspora, or about theories of diaspora, perhaps being over-reliant on the center-periphery dichotomy. And you're exploring a case study that where you have a kind of creative figure who it seems to be arguing that, in some sense, the center of Irish cultural life is now in the United States, and there are reasons why he would make that argument. And so I would encourage you to foreground, or to foreshadow that argument, or maybe even just foreground it right at the beginning, because that's a very important argument to make. And I also encourage you to continue, combing the various theorizations of diaspora to find allies, because I think you will find some allies. But then also, if you want foils, you could probably just go to Robin Cohen's book on diaspora, and which he revised. I can't remember what year the revision is, but basically the diaspora literature is at this point so well kind of there's so much secondary literature on the theoretical literature on diaspora that you're in a really good position to formulate your own response with a great deal of specificity. And I was also interested in the question of popular music, which you don't address so much. So we have here a Chicago cop, and he's creating this collection of Irish folk music, and he's seeing this as a kind of treasure of ancient sources, or that traces back to ancient sources. And but this is also during the period when there's a formation of popular music that's also connected with Irish ancestry, and many of the songs that are in our kind of American songbook, like Tura Lura Lura, or I think Galway Bay may have been written during this period in the U.S. This is also a big part. And so what's his relation to this popular repertoire that's being developed? Which is also, and I even just the title of the reference to Irish minstrels and Irish minstrelsy also brought to my mind a different kind of minstrelsy, right? Which is a different kind of Irish minstrelsy as well. And so what's his relation to that? Even if he doesn't explicitly state what his relation is, it would be interesting to tease that out. And then this also brings up the question of race as well, which you bring up at the very end of the paper, but you might, I think it would bring further texture to the scenes you're describing to, put race on the table earlier, because race is, the Irish ethnicity's relation to ideas of race during this period, of course, in the U.S. is very unstable and in question, and so to think about that and situate O'Neill's project in relation to that is important. And of course, this is also playing into the question of respectability and upper middle class mobility, and the book as a status symbol. And so, and then I also would love to know more about O'Neill. And so I'm curious about what the state of his, what kind of an archive is there about O'Neill. The idea of the Irish cop it's a stereotyped figure, right? And it's a stereotype that persists to this day. And it's actually one of the few, it's in some places it's a very acceptable stereotype with the idea that what that Irish cop entails. And O'Neill upends that stereotype. And I would just love to know more about O'Neill. And this is, you know, the Irish song collecting, highly literate chief of police, you know. and so this is a wonderful. It also changes our idea of like Chicago crime too, you know, Chicago like policing. So I mean, I just want to know more. And then finally. I'm glad that you know, in the end, you open up this discussion of the globalization literature, and I wanted to refer specifically to something you say on page 20. You describe how the scene that you're describing in these figures. You say, you know, while the tendency in academic studies of diaspora and transnational flows in people and culture is to view such conditions as the results of a relatively recent trend in globalization, etc., it's helpful to view the Irish emigratory experience as a reminder that those conditions have been part of capitalism's logic for generations. And so that's an important argument. And I think I think David Harvey makes that kind of an argument. You know, you might want to situate it in relation to some of the, you know, existing literature, but also I wanted to point out that it's not just about capitalism's logic, because what we're dealing with here are the consequences of a genocide, you know, arguably a genocide, potato famine in the 1840s, and the reasons why people were forced to leave when there was food that was not made accessible to the starving people, and genocide. I mean, from my perspective, most genocides, including the potato famine, if you see it as a genocide, exceeds capitalism's logic. It's not just about. It's not just kind of a situation where what's happening culturally is superstructural. It wasn't necessarily in capital's interest to, you know, abet this genocide in Ireland. So that's something I would also be thinking about, and it's just a fascinating project. I'm really excited by it.
Should I respond?
Either way.
Sure.
Do you want me to? Do you want to answer those first, or do you want me to? Does it matter?
Well, they're fresh. It's easier
Yeah.
for me. But yeah. Yes. Well, in terms of the popular repertory, it came up, I think, only once in kind of what I was reading, but it probably means that it's probably being silenced a little bit. I mentioned a passage where he's talking about the threat that Irish music faces from other musics as kind of being in this competitive world, and he talks about the quote that I put in the paper was about German music and European music, but there was another place I think where it was also the popular traditions. These are the things that are ruining Irish music.
Yeah, and the dance hall representations of Irish stock characters is part of that.
Yeah.
Possibly.
And it's interesting, kind of, on one hand he wants to see this, he's got this progressive kind of inclusive view of what is considered Irish music, and thinks that it can change and adapt to new conditions, but there's a limit. He wants to place, obviously, on where that's going to happen.
Yeah.
Yeah, and thank you for all those suggestions for further reading. I mean, instead of my depth, so great. What else was it? Yeah, anything more on O'Neill? There is an archive. I can't remember where it is. It's not actually Chicago, which is confusing. But he did write memoirs, which are mostly about his policing days.
Oh wow!
They're not really about.
Fascinating.
Yeah, and I think he was chief of police, I think, for a while. I think because they were kicked out a lot of the time by the mayors and everything else. But he had a lot of success as a chief of police, and he was quite popular because he kind of managed to come back quite successfully. But he wrote an awful lot of it as well. So and he wrote this book on Irish folk music as well, which is a lot about him as well and his own experiences.
Wow.
So there's a lot there as well, I think.
I mean, I think, you know, there could certainly be dissertation material here. If you end up feeling, you know, if it ends up compelling your interest,
Okay.
you know, yeah.
I really, really enjoyed reading this paper. I just thought it was just delightful in so many ways. I wondered if so you kind of talk. I got a little bit confused by the shift over the course of the paper. I think similar to what Bridget was saying, that that at the beginning it was like, well, it was okay for O'Neill to write these things because he was not in Ireland, but then it sounded like in Ireland maybe they didn't like that he wrote those things. So then this question of for whom was it okay or not okay, and to whose benefit, right? So I was curious about his reception in the U.S. and also outside of that kind of reprobation that you show in the one article, if that sort of is the picture of the larger reception, which is to say a kind of rejection of an outsiderness and all that, or if there's another side of that, if there's any sales records, that kind of thing. And then, and to that similar end, as a commodified product, if he profited off of it economically, or if there was a monetary motivation for him doing this, right? Like, so cops are often not well paid, but I don't know if that's actually the case then, or what the status of police was at the time, right? Or relationship to military, right? Or all those kinds
And
of things.
politics,
right? Yeah.
too. You know, it's like Tammany Hall era, even though it's not
Right.
Chicago.
As someone who lived most recently in a building owned by a Chicago Irish police, and her son, who was also living there as a Chicago Irish police, and another policeman who was Polish in the basement. But yeah. Yeah, it's an ongoing thing. I also was wondering about class distinctions between Irish people who were able to leave versus those who were not able to leave. I mean, you mentioned sort of their upward mobility when they get here, but I was wondering if there's also a distance before they leave, right? Because they have the means to leave.
They were often the healthiest children of the family, like the older teenagers who could go out on their own. Just based, I happened to be in an exhibit at the Tenement Museum recently, and that's what they said about who was able to leave. It was often from very poor families, but it was like the ablest, healthiest
People.
Yeah.
There was also, I think, it wasn't. Some people who went out were quite poor. They were moving because, like, they had, the people had subdivided farms for too many generations. There wasn't enough people to survive on. But often there'd be a friend or a family member who would send money back. A lot of the people who were sent back was sent for fares for more people to come.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, so it's kind of,
Who you know.
Yeah.
Sort of things. I was also curious about, and I don't mean to make it sound like I think these are transparently the same, because they're clearly not, but sort of appeals to folksiness and folk heritage at this time in Europe by people like Bartók, who are obviously using it for different ends, but where the idea of peasant music is desirable instead of undesirable, and kind of thinking about what it is in particular that makes it undesirable in a place where they're trying to assert an independence and a national kind of difference. Like there's some kind of a friction in your discussion that I couldn't quite tease out between, like, it's undesirable because we're poor and we want to distance ourselves from poor music, versus, like, we're also trying to assert Gaelic identity and this kind of thing that would seem to be at odds with that distance.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Sure. So the last one, they appeal to folkiness. When I was looking for reviews. It was all in the main newspaper, I think the Gaelic League Weekly. At the same time, I was looking for reviews and made serialization of a kind of history of the Hungarian Revolution uprising. So it's kind of, Hungary is definitely a big model at the time for Irish nationalism. And there was obviously with the Gaelic League, this kind of this group from the 1870s, 80s onwards, pushing this cultural nationalism. That kind of model was definitely very strong, and that was relatively new, I think. So that's why there's still maybe at this time a little bit of tension about, is this folk material actually what we want to build the nation on? Yeah, I mean, I think it's just around these years, I think, that this really becomes solidified as kind of that Irish nationalism is about Gaelic ethnicity and kind of political republicanism, and it's about these folk. It's very much about the Irishness. Irishness becomes very much a thing, a reaction against kind of the West Britons, the people who, the kind of people who settled from the UK, and that's kind of part of it as well. And that's really just around this time, so that's why I think it kind of seems unstable at all. But I can make that clear definitely. In terms of profit, O'Neill, I think, claimed that he never made a penny from it, which seems like they had these kind of really deluxe editions, and kind of he kept on producing more and more, which suggests it was kind of worthwhile. But actually, I should also say that idea of this is kind of a very commodified object, and taking these folk materials and commodifying them and producing this whole monumental thing is all very much about kind of markets and all that sort of stuff. It's from Martin Stokes and Philip Bowman in their introduction to Celtic modernism. They talk about this book for a few pages actually. I should say that as well. Reception is quite difficult. I think there's not a huge number of reviews, and yeah, I think the ones that I could find are more or less quoted juicy bits, but it's quite difficult to find out. I mean,
Or if there might be sort of records of sales and shipping from the publisher,
Yeah.
right, in Chicago, like if
they're
there's...
still going.
If they're still going and they have archives about sort of their sales, they might say
Again,
like, oh,
it was published 1905, you said?
1903. Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, the specific case of a publisher, it's a thing in terms of the market on the whole. I mean, so there is like a real, I mean, at the time, there is like a real profitable area with immigrants in the United States. Yeah, so the case I know very well is the one of the record industry. Yeah, and part of I mean, Columbia and Victor and all these recording companies, they were just investing, I mean, just a lot of energy and materials and dealers and people in reaching that market in particular. They found it really profitable. So in that, I mean, that kind of enhanced all of these, I mean, recording Eastern European music and folk European music from various sorts, both in Europe and in those locales, but also gathering musicians in the United States. Because I mean, and all the push towards that, and producing catalogs in any language. I mean, you name it, the language. I mean, so like because there was like oftentimes, I mean, sometimes actually, they found it more profitable. I mean, like immigrants, they were buying often sometimes more records than Americans themselves. Yeah, so in that scenario of the market, it's very easy to think like a book like this having like quite an appeal, I mean, within the industry, and so there was like a real market for this, and it was like
I mean, the publisher Lion and Healy were instrument makers, and they were making kind of lots of harps and pipes and such as well. But they also, I think, around this time had a real boom in publishing as well. That's when this really becomes very profitable. And then also like 10 years from this is when like you get this kind of huge boom in recordings. And there's, I can't remember the name, but there's a range starting about kind of Irish immigrants recordings and kind of the relationship between like these recordings are made in Ireland, but then are sold really well in the US, and because they're popular there, then they get listened to back in Ireland. So it's this really kind of odd kind of back and forth. Yeah, but that's kind of.
because this is the how do you say, conjuncture, or whatever. Like this is the moment in which that realization of, wow, the immigrant market is like a real thing. Let's go for it. It's 1903 to 1905, 1906 is like the realization of such a market.
And the Tin Pan Alley market alongside.
Yeah.
So
Oh, yeah.
it's good that the competition. And also in keeping with what you were saying, I just want to stress there can also be a political capital with the production of this book. I mean, this is a chief of police. You have to be politically savvy and connected. And one of the things that they were emphasizing, I went to a recent presentation at the Tenement Museum about Irish immigrants during this period. Like the St. Paddy's Day parade was the place where you would politically network, and that's where you would meet your local political representatives and ask for favors, and they'd tell you who to vote for, and all of that would be happening, and they'd help you get a job and all that stuff at the St. Patrick's Day parade every year. This was the meeting point, and so thinking of this book as being part of that kind of an economy, a political economy, I think, since he's a chief of police, it makes sense to me. and it's the symbol of our people's upward aspiration in this, in this urban world. It's really interesting.
There was sort of a thread also that I wanted a little bit, maybe more support for, to this extent, this question of like, how much is this Chicago and Ireland versus like, there are points where you gesture out to like, there are other Irish communities. And like, I wonder like how much that's a point of contact or not. And if not, if it, like there just was a little bit fuzzy in terms of specifying where the boundaries are. In a place where we're already dealing with kind of like, it's like so much.
And the priest in DC.
Yeah, right, the priest in DC, right.
I mean, the collection of folk materials definitely only happens in Chicago. That's only where it's happening, and it's kind of, he makes a big deal that this is this big part of what this collection is. I could look into seals. I suppose that could be a good way of finding out, is this connecting with the Irish American communities in Boston and New York, or Philadelphia, or whatever. But also, I think I'm not sure. I wonder, is the Irish diaspora actually quite splintered at this point? I mentioned a speech that John Redmond gave at the founding of some, I can't remember the name of the organization, but some kind of American union of Gaelic something. And the idea was, it's so fractured. There's so many different groups. There's the Order of Ireland, there's kind of Gaelic League and everything else. And I wonder, is it also kind of geographically splintered? There's not actually much limited conversations that are happening at proxies in between these different cities. I don't really.
I love this too for a lot of the reasons that Bridget said, but the sort of two nations kind of in development, right? The Irish American nation and the Irish nation, and this sort of scale of time is really interesting. He arrives in the late 50s or something, right? And then it takes him like 20 years to get established, and another 20 years or 30 years to do this. I feel like that. And then when he releases it, it's like like a decade before the Easter Uprising. And so there's a lot of, I feel like it's a really interesting moment in Buddha in that sense too. But I was interested in your discussion of transcription, just as another, it comes up in a couple different ways, and my notes are really tiny, but I feel like there was a sense of domestic extraction, you say at one point, extracting the Gaelic essence, but then there's also this sense of desiring to preserve something that's disappearing, and then transcription as a process of domestication, right? It's like taking, or I mean, in this case, it's its own culture, but maybe is it, or you know what I mean? And then just like the difficult thing about him, it's his own sort of, it's so subjective in some ways, right? It's his memory. It's sitting with one other friend, as far as you describe it. I don't know, I felt like that would be a really interesting other direction to take this project in, is just thinking about what that means, either within the Irish American community or within popular or traditional music communities. I don't know.
Yeah, I think one of the difficulties is that he describes this process of transcription at length. It's part of his heroic narrative about himself.
How hard it was.
Yeah. I mean, I tried to travel across Chicago, and this guy died. But I was going to say. But it's also clear, I think he even admitted that actually some of these, a lot of it were copied from previous collections. It's very easy to, I think, outside of this, it's very easy to think that this was the first ever collection of Irish music, and there were loads. There was even one in Boston of a similar kind of size around the same time. It didn't have quite the same impact, but there was a Petrie collection in the 1850s, which was very influential, and a new volume had just been published by the time that O'Neill's collection came out. Yeah, so it's, I maybe should foreground that this is very much, I want to kind of look at his own idea, how he's projecting this idea of this transcription, which may or may not kind of very, like, would be very true. Like, if he's kind of mysticizing this oral tradition that he personally is taking upon his shoulders to kind of transcribe. I don't really know how to demonstrate, but it's really interesting. Yeah.
Okay.
And I will encourage also the consideration of this as a possible dissertation topic. I mean, there are so many avenues to explore here. And there, you may know Josh Kuhn's book, Utopia. There is this very interesting chapter, I Hear America, kind of setting the scene of the urban communities upon Walt Whitman. So there's, like, it's very inspiring, perhaps, just to think of this.
Cool. All right. Let's thank Jeff. Okay, next we have Danny Walden to my left.
Hi everybody, I think I've met you all, but in case you've forgotten, I'm in my 4th year here at doing music theory. Yeah, and I'm really grateful for this opportunity to share some of my work in whatever condition it's in and get some feedback and suggestions. What I sent here was sort of an altered version of a talk I gave at AMS. Which is something that with the panel that this was on, which was about just intonation research in Germany and Japan. We're currently putting the shortened versions of these articles, quite short actually, so it's a bit of a challenge, together as part of a piece, a sort of forum article. So any recommendations for that would be really helpful. But this is also kind of cuts across some of the major themes I'm going to be talking about in my dissertation. So any large suggestions too would be good for shrinking and expanding, if possible. Yeah, I guess the main focus though of both of the versions, what I'm really after, sort of the big point, is to show that in the 19th century tuning and temperament was really a political topic, and it was urgently so. And a lot of the theorists who were engaged in writing about this topic considered that the predicaments posed by tuning systems, mathematical, also sensational, physiological, psychophysiological, that they actually required urgent solutions. And this is because during this time, tuning and temperament was very, very tightly wrapped up, or sort of, very much part of discourses about issues like gender equality, colonialism, globalism, nationalism, and just national relations in general. And I think the reason why this is because there was such a strong ethical and moral dimension projected onto tuning and temperament. In a lot of these theories, and this is sort of a Neoplatonic idea, right? Plato, for at least the English and German writers who are writing about that, I think that's the major inspiration here. Plato talks about how the polis, sort of a sense of political identity, depends on the types of musical practice, the types of tuning systems that are used. And so you ban the Hypodorian because that'll make your soldiers too effeminate to go into war, or something like that. So there's a sort of very urgent political dimension to this tuning and temperament. And I think in this sort of spirit of classical scholarship at that time, that really sort of came to the fore. So the ethical and moral dimension of these debates really become quite foregrounded and quite urgent. An equal temperament is associated quite widely, it's taken as emblematic of civilization, of the condition of civilization today, whereas just intonation is the sort of prelapsarian past, right? Before everybody had to compromise to live together. So, the sort of catchphrase is that the community that sings in just intonation will live in just harmony, right? You sing in harmony, you live in harmony. That's really very much the idea here. So there's a really urgent dimension to this debate. It sort of becomes a proxy space for talking about social issues. So you really don't even need to look very deep in some of these texts to start getting at the political, cultural, social implications. It's right on the surface. It's in the very titles. And I think that's really quite important. And the other thing I want to do in this version, and especially in the dissertation, is talk about how tuning and temperament played a really significant role in the formation of some very important transnational networks forming between countries, exchanges of ideas, but also instruments getting shipped back and forth. In my own research, I want to focus on 2 examples, although really there are many, I think, which could be interesting. But the 2 main ones that I want to look at are between England and India, more specifically between London and Pune, and also Germany and Japan, so between Berlin and Tokyo. And so Tanaka, one of the figures I'm talking about, he sort of comes from the second half. I haven't really shared any of the information about the England-India connections, but I'd love to talk about that more. And I'm interested in sort of the intimacies formed between these two environments. And there I'm paraphrasing an idea from a book that I really like by Lisa Lowe, a cultural historian, where she talks about the intimacies between the four continents. And I think that it's a really interesting and useful formulation for talking about sort of the dynamics or the networks, intellectual, social, cultural, but also she's talking about economic and sort of other types of flow and exchange. And I think the major part of this also is musical instruments. And I'm focusing on them to some extent because they look cool, but also because I think they're really quite important. I'm sort of toying with the idea of calling them musical instruments of war. I don't know if that's too much. But the idea is that they're part of, they emphasize the force of these theoretical ideas. They're a way of making it sensational, or making it real, or most importantly, making it something that everybody can learn through pedagogy. And this also requires reconfiguring the format of the keyboard, the 12 tones of the keyboard. They're really fixated on keyboards. And reconfiguring that keyboard is a very dramatic way of offering a sort of cultural critique. At that point, this format of the instrument is just sort of, it's indelible. I mean, it's fixed. And any alterations to it are really quite controversial. And so these instruments look so surprising, I think, very much on purpose. It's a direct challenge. And one of the reasons I think that, and I can't remember if this ended up in this version that I sent, but General Thompson, one of the people I'm talking about, he had an exchange with an American enharmonic instrument builder who actually built 2 enharmonic organs here in Boston and one in Newburyport. And they were talking about the keyboard design, and this guy, Ward, who was designing it with another organ builder, Joseph Alley, he figured out some clever solution where you could keep the same keyboard format but just use foot pedals to change, depending on what key. You push the D major key and then you don't need to do anything differently. And Thompson said, no, you've got it all wrong. The point is that you really need to learn this new keyboard, because if you don't know what you're doing with your hands, if you don't know what you're doing with your hands, you don't know the theory. So it's really important that it's different, and disarmingly so. And I don't know, I was really interested yesterday about the conversation about somatology, colonization of the senses. I mean, I think these are topics that I really like to explore in connection with this, because they take on such an important pedagogical role. You retrain the physique of performers very dramatically, both the movement of their hands, but also the way that they listen to and the way that they favor certain types of harmonies. And I think that's a really sort of crucial part of this debate. Another thing I think is rather interesting about some of the examples I'm looking at, particularly Tanaka's instrument, but also one of the examples I'm looking at from Pune. This is the Indian harmonium of Krishnaji Balal Deval. They're framed by both of these inventors as part of a critique of European musical civilization. They're trying to push back against the onslaught of equal temperament, which they see as displacing local and traditional practices, which I think is a very interesting idea, right? They see themselves as pushing back on a sort of colonial intrusion to a large extent, or a global one. I mean, it's a little different in the case of Japan. But underlying a lot of their arguments are very similar notions of what defines culture, what defines identity, nation, and also especially what's natural. Assumed is that just intonation is natural, and that's what everybody should be aiming for. So even while it's a way of pushing against this discourse to some extent, it's also adopting some of the very same language. And just quickly, I'd like to show some of these instruments because it's fun, but also because I think it's really important to see how they looked. So if we can get the screen.
Should be working for you.
There you go.
That's good.
Just need to turn it on. And also. So I'll just quickly go through these. And some of these, so last semester I was abroad and I did some archival research in the Science Museum in London, so I was able to find Thompson's organ, which was really fun. It'd been packed away since 1870, so it was pretty cool to dig it out again. And it was still, looked pretty good for 150 years or whatever.
Packed away like in a storage?
In an old wooden crate, which was actually, so even though it was putting a lot of pressure on the size, it was...
Where was it again?
It was in the Science Museum in London, which is where a lot of these instruments have... can you press? It's fine. Well, I can always turn this around, but it's not...
Should start working anytime now.
Very Harvard.
Well, maybe I'll just make you all strain your eyes. In this. Yeah, okay. Let me do it this way. Right. So I'll turn this around.
Oh, you unplugged it?
Yeah, I unplugged it. So this is Thompson's organ, which is in the Science Museum. It's very complicated to explain how it works, but basically there are different rows. Each row is assigned to a different key. He has regular keys, flutels, buttons, quarrels, and something else. I want to say tendrils, but I don't think that's right. And they're all different colors, and they have clues. They have these ridges and these indentations, which were meant to guide the performer's hands. And he was really preoccupied with finding blind organists to play this, because he really wanted to show that he could teach somebody, even if they couldn't see the instrument, they could learn the system. This is another one. This is Bosanquet's harmonium, another one I'm going to talk about, also in the Science Museum. This one actually... Oh, good.
That'll be fun.
There we go. Okay. Yeah, this one, and I'll just go quickly through these. This is the voice harmonium. What's interesting about this one, this was by a Scottish musician, and it sort of served two functions. One, it was the instrument of the Tonic Sol Fa Society, which was started by Reverend John Kerwin and pursued this idea of just intonation. Really, I mean, it was a missionary project. It literally was. And so these were shipped all over the place. I actually found one in Tacoma, Washington, randomly. But it also doubles as an instrument for the performance of Scottish tunes. The inventor was from Scotland. It's decorated with thistles, and he had a theory that you can't really play Scottish music if you don't have the seventh overtone. And so equal temperament doesn't work for the performance of Scottish music. It's diluting its national quality. So you need an instrument like this in order to play it. This is one by an Italian inventor who is portrayed the portrait above the instrument. This one's from Rome. It's actually by a German builder, but built to his specifications. The reason I'm showing it is because this guy and his theories, and I really don't know why this guy who wrote in Italian and didn't circulate his text very widely, but was a big influence on the Indian harmonium of Krishnaji Baladeval, shown on the left. And you can see the keys. He's identifying which of the scales you can play on it. And actually, there's been a bit of a revival now. This is something I'm sort of thinking about looking into. But this Vidya Oke is this Indian musician has started building them again. So you can now buy your own 22 Shruti harmonium. And he sees this as a continuation of the tradition that Deval began. These are images of Tanaka's instrument, which I talk about. You see the design. In the middle is the key which you move in order to select what the starting key will be, and then the keyboard on the right, various images of it. And then I just quickly want to show a short clip so that you have a sense of what it sounds like, because I think that's another important aspect of this. So I'll just put this in. This is from a little documentary which was made in honor of a symposium on Tanaka's work, I think about 6 years ago or something like that. This is actually one of Tanaka's students playing it in his, I think he's in his 90s. So the last surviving student. It sounds suspiciously out of tune to me. Yeah. Right, so there's there's just a quick tour of them. A few things to wrap up. I also want to think about this story in order to think critically about the foundations of the musical disciplines, specifically comparative musicology and music theory. In terms of comparative musicology, a lot of these texts were direct influence on Ellis, who wrote the first sort of catalog of these instruments, worked very closely with Tanaka actually on the issue, on the article on the scales of various nations. He was his informant for Japan. He was very deeply connected to the community of musicians interested in this just intonation scholarship. And I just want to ask, what the various issues are behind their phenomenological reasoning of what pitch is, right? It's a very sort of timbreless idea of pitch. It's pitch as a point, which you can measure, which you can quantify, you can store, and you can keep these archives of pitch points from around the world for comparison, which of course ignores the sort of specificity of whatever, for lack of a better word, pitch, but whatever pitch means in various areas. Also, I think music theory was formed largely as an anti-liberal reaction against the theories like Thompson or like Kinkel. And the reason I think this is because Riemann and Schenker are very emphatic about formulating the foundation of German musical culture as equally tempered and diatonic. This is Schenker's famous diagram that starts der freie Satz. You see on the top is diatonicism, and on the bottom you get towards more sort of abstract ideas. But at the fundamental core, and the deep background of all good music, is diatonicism. Anything which doesn't have diatonicism in the background is bad music. And German, he calls diatonicism German synthesis, the proudest German synthesis, pure and simple. So it's very much part of German culture for him. And then also Riemann, he has this, he actually copies Tanaka's tuning chart. I talk a little bit about this, but he sort of removes it and makes it sort of the ideal relationship of tones, but in the sounding reality of musical culture, it's all about equal temperament. And that's sort of what this chart on the right is showing. This is the Neo-Riemannian transformation of the Riemannian tonettes. It just sort of, it takes the same format. Those are pitch, pitch point 0, obviously, C, etc. Pitch class names. It's what he's doing with this is he's sort of making just intonation just the ideal. The real is what he's really concerned with. And he sees anybody who's interested in chromaticism or enharmonicism at the expense of diatonicism in the direct quote is promoting a social democracy, which is dangerous for society. So it's really quite explicit. And
What year was that? I was wondering.
that he says that?
Yeah.
That's 1914.
Oh,
so that's
okay.
in Ideas for the Imagination of Tone,
Okay.
which is what this diagram is taken from. Before then, I think I mentioned a little bit, he was a big fan of Tanaka's instrument, and this transformation happened. And I want to think about why that transformation is. Yeah, that's enough for now. Talked enough. But yeah, no, I'm really looking forward to hearing your thoughts, any comments. Yeah.
Thank you. This is fascinating. It was a joy to read, and I didn't know anything about people. I wish I read this 5 years ago. Especially Tanaka. No? Tanaka was in Leipzig, and that was
Right.
really fascinating. When my guy was in Leipzig.
Yeah.
It's to me your work is offering a new point of entry into these modernist futures that never were. No?
Yeah.
Really interesting, fascinating. I especially enjoyed your ideas of common modernities at the end of the essay. They something like the system of this alternative modernity, and the intertwined character of modernity and tradition, not just like we discussed with Melody, as mutually performing, you know. So, and I was interested in seeing you trying to find out what really sort of the core of your project, which is the political aspect of these theorizations, and especially between the progressive ideas in music theory and progressive ideas, the connection between progressive ideas in music theory and progressive ideas in the social world. Because my experience with 20th century microtonality is somehow different.
Yeah.
Because I found that there's always a contradiction between 20th century microtonalism, that their artistic progressiveness rarely reflects the social progressiveness. They tend to be very conservative, which is not the case in your people. But this actually makes sense when you see what these guys are trying to do, and when you think about the idea of revolution, no? Going back to what Bridget was saying yesterday.
Right.
How is it that they're understanding the notion of revolution? In many cases, your obsession with revolution is more about restoration,
Yeah.
of a utopian, essentially, order of nature that goes back to how Anna Arendt is discussing revolution in terms of Copernican understanding. So looking at the keywords, I found that really fascinating, and also in how the understanding or what these guys are trying to do with the relationship between the body and the physicality of playing these, how that relate to ideas of modernity, also these utopian ideas of modernity, and access how to access these alternative modernities by really by rethinking the body, you know, as an organ that produces knowledge in a different way, and so you need to retrain it to sort of enter these new realms of understanding. So I was thinking about that in relation to, obviously I couldn't stop thinking about my guy. So in relation to Carnegie's keyboards and how I see them as somehow challenging assumptions that we learn and that we embody when we learn how to play instruments.
Right.
And the way I tackled this question was by going to the idea of estrangement from Viktor Shklovsky. And how, and I see that there could be a good relationship between what we were trying to say and Shklovsky idea of estrangement. So what I find really interesting is this idea of modernity as control, that sort of like the more traditional idea of modernity as control. And on the other hand, these alternative modernity that you're suggesting that are more about sensual experience. So can we think of bodily, sensual, or poetic experiences as a way to access this or develop alternative modernity? Is my question. And well, this is comments and that, you know, question, and a very particular question that I had was about the reception of this idea, and how is it that they fall into obscurity? You know, what happens? What more of an everyday discussion of what happens when Tanaka goes to a Leipzig and speaks to Reinecke, and Reinecke is excited, and then nothing happens.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, he spoke to so many people. He spoke to Bruckner, he spoke to Reinecke, he spoke to Moskowski, he spoke to Joachim. The only person who he introduced the instrument to who didn't like it, oh no, sorry, this was a slightly different. The only encounter with a just intonation instrument I've read of that was bad was Brahms played one, I think that Ellis had designed. and thought it was totally stupid. But everybody else, all of these, late Romantic German composers who were in this environment where these instruments and these ideas were circulating, seemed to think it was the greatest thing, or at least that's what they wrote. And then Tanaka writes very bitterly about how they were purchased by all these conservatories across Germany, and then 1 year later he went back to visit and was shoved in a corner, and nobody was playing it. The one exception was there was a piano teacher, Gustav Papendiek, who, if you look up Gustav Papendiek, you find the guy who invented sliced bread. So it's a bit hard to find that much information. Also Gustav Papendiek, apparently. But this other Gustav Papendiek actually seems to have taught some students and published albums of this music. And as far as I can tell, that lasted 1.5 years. And then he stopped. And it's a really good question why it stopped. I don't know, maybe it's just the difficulty or the force of tradition, or the force, maybe it's the force of these ideas, nationalism, national ideas that Riemann, Schenker are starting to push, which is a little bit later that they're pushing them so explicitly, but maybe they're floating in the air and part of the reaction against these instruments. I don't know.
And I had another question that I didn't mention, which is, how can we use these theories or these understandings of tuning to somewhat challenge or refashion Schenker and Riemann?
Yeah, that's.
I know that
right.
you can do it with Schenker. I tried to do it with Schenker, but there's ways of reading it.
There are.
You can subvert it. But I don't really know much about Riemann.
Riemann is very difficult. Schenker, it's funny actually. His theories can accommodate like enharmonicism, but not chromaticism. It's very hard to explain why that's true. But in the background structure, you can have a reinterpretation of a pitch as an enharmonic equivalent, and let that push you into a different zone, a sort of different area, which doesn't exist in 12-tone equal temperament. You can't have chromatic pitches in the background. So weirdly, you can have diatonicism and enharmonicism, but not chromaticism, which is a weird thing about the way that his theory is constructed. And I've looked through looking through all of his reductions. I have found a number of examples where actually he does use enharmonic identification in a really interesting way. And I think I quoted it in the essay in that beginning of his book Harmony, where he talks about that Chopin prelude where there's an an E flat, and he says that's the 7th overtone. That's not an E flat. He does seem to retain the idea that there is this poetic difference somehow, which he actually does sometimes try to incorporate into his structure. So Schenker you can do it with, I think, to some extent. If you want to. Riemann, though, Riemann is much harder because he so radically separates the ideal and the real. And for him, the ideal is just and the real is equal, and he has this whole geometry spinning off of basically the real, which is this equal temperament, and you can't make the two don't meet. And in fact, it's the radical disjunction of the two that's so important. There's a really interesting article about how this theory is supported. It's sort of a Kantian philosophy of the phenomenal and the noumenal, the two sort of standing in opposition. And so this sort of radical merger of the phenomenal and noumenal is just something that you can't do in his theory, except through doing what Tanaka does with this 53-tone temperament. If you're able to accommodate the structure of what's allowed and expand it out, you do get some of the same sort of geometrical capabilities that he wants to investigate in music, just in a 53-note playing ground rather than a 12-1. I don't know. I've been thinking about that a lot because I'm a theorist, I guess. And so I don't know. I wonder whether, because I'm trying to critique the sort of the foundation of this theory, and I don't know if the answer is just to reform the theories as they are now, or
I didn't mean to reform it, but actually because I think when you are able to do those things to the theory, you can actually challenge the ideology.
Right. Okay. Yeah, that's true, and that's right. Yeah. So that would be a challenge, I think, for me to see how to do it with Riemann, but it would be interesting. If I could just quickly say one thing before. your point about estrangement, I think that's really interesting, really helpful. The one issue I have with using that is that the sort of pedagogical project is focused for them on essentially on either one of two sort of collections of people. Colonial subjects who they see as unformed by civilization. So it's just, they're so malleable, it's not like you need, I mean, there's no process of estrangement is the idea sort of in that theory, because there's no encounter, pre-existing encounter with these instruments or with this type of music. And then when, for somebody who's a sort of radical liberal like Thompson, and who is critical of colonialism to a certain extent, he instead focuses that on children. There's a sort of weird slippage between colonial subjects and children. And so again, this is the unformed subject. They're trying to focus this on people who the process of estrangement wouldn't happen to, because the encounter doesn't exist beforehand. So
Is that just primarily in the UK?
I'm really talking about the UK, yeah. That pedagogical dimension is really strongest in these British writers. I mean, I talk about Thompson here, but there are a number of other ones I want to talk about, some of which I showed.
Yeah.
So that's something I'm wrestling with.
So my feedback, I'll start with some comments with an eye toward your revising this as a short, relatively short article, but then I have some questions also about in the writing in relation to your dissertation. So I'm just going to make recommendations, relatively pragmatic recommendations, because I know you have this publication deadline. I think that, so I read the article as being about how the sensation of listening and also projects of oral imagination were understood as participating in projects of emancipation in both in nation building and in empire. And I think I think that for the purposes of the publication, there are some places where you can strengthen signposting. If I'm correct in reading the argument in that way, there are places to strengthen the signposting and also fine-tune your description of the cultural political contexts in particular moments and places relevant to the, say, 5 thinkers and creators at the center of this essay. So on page 6, you write about at the end of the first unfinished paragraph on page 6. You say that that establishing new practices play an essential role in implementing the social, cultural, and political transformations necessary to promote a more perfect society, which is great. It's like a signposting sentence. But I think early on, you also need to I would encourage you to explicitly say, these are projects of emancipation in nation building and empire. Because the empire enters in kind of later in a more less structurally significant places, and whereas that it's all about nation building and empire because this is your project. Many musicologists might not immediately think of that because they're like keyboards, and so that's one thing, and then and we're dealing with disparate moments, disparate empires, and I just really encourage you to bring out those settings more vividly in your discussion of Kinkel, Thompson, Tanaka, Riemann, Schenker. Like when I was asking what the date of that Riemann publication was, that was so important. It's 1914, and he's referring to the Social Democrats, and so this is a moment when the Social Democrats are seen as a kind of a foreign threat within the nation.
Absolutely,
they're being called un-German. And so that all needs to come out, and you can do that in like 2 sentences. And so what I would encourage you to do is, with each of these figures, as you go through the essay, make sure that in each case the time period and setting is explicit, and then the question of this thinker's project's relation to, you know, how is it related to a discourse of emancipation with regard to nation building and empire? Make sure that's explicitly
Right.
addressed in each instance, and then that'll be enough to make the whole thing just even more vibrant, because you have so many fascinating threads coming through. But then it's also, there's so much, it's a lot to contain in one essay, because you're dealing with the Japanese Empire, you're dealing with the British Empire, you're dealing with you know, Germany, you know, after 1870, but then you're also dealing with, you know, the collapse of the Habsburg Empire. So it's like, you know, it's just a lot. And so but you can do it efficiently just by making sure that in each
Right.
little bit, you're just boom, boom, empire, nation, emancipation. This is why he's different from this, you know, this is why Kinkel's different. You know, you don't even have to say they're different, but the differences will come out because
Right.
because you're you know, because you're so concentrated in making sure you're hitting those issues. And then in terms of and then I'm like, I felt like this could be 3 chapters in a dissertation.
It is actually.
Oh my gosh!
The problem, so I wrote this abstract off of my like dissertation prospectus before I knew what I was doing.
I understand.
And then I had to write this.
I understand.
So I've separated everything into a separate.
Yeah, because there's so much
It's too
room
much.
for it. There's just
Yeah.
so much room, and there's so much literature on.
Yeah.
Because in a way you're writing kind of alternative history of 19th century Europe, Western Europe, through keyboard
Right.
instruments. It's an alternative cultural political history through keyboard instruments, and that makes sense to me. And then I would also just go back to Arendt for a moment. I mean, I've been I'm teaching a seminar on Arendt right now, and there are 2 ways in which I think some of her work could be helpful. First of all, in thinking about the relation between nation building in the UK, in the German-speaking lands, and in France, thinking about its relation to empire and the ways in which both for a kind of really fascinating account of the kind of blow-by-blow controversies taking place at the high political level, but also for an account of a kind of theoretical account of the tensions between democratic nationalist aspirations and imperialist aspirations in a way that they worked in tension with one another. She just gives a masterful account of that in Origins of Totalitarianism, which is currently the #1 bestseller in fascism on Amazon.
In
Fascism, that's what it says if you click on it. It's a best, now it's become a best-selling book, but they say #1 in fascism. But the thing about it's actually in some ways a better reader on the question of like 19th century Western European nation building and empire than actual fascism.
Great.
But yeah, so that's something I would encourage you. And then also in On Revolution, there's a wonderful detailed discussion of emancipation and what does emancipation mean in politics, and the difference between emancipation and freedom, and the difference between emancipation and revolution, like the distinctions among these 3 terms and how they've been used by political thinkers and actors, but then also, you know, her way of conceptualizing their relation to one another. So
That seems incredibly
the
helpful.
first 50 pages.
And what you were saying yesterday about that definition of revolution, I mean, I think that really applies here, as you also mentioned. I mean, they keep talking about, right, so there's this sort of relapsarian thing, but they're always talking about a golden age. And this is true for enharmonic theories and enharmonic keyboards. Like, I mean, even the Renaissance sort of twist on this, there's another sort of similar type of interest in redesigning the keyboard, having 36 notes per octave. That's what the fixation was. Again, it's about reviving a golden age of music, which was lost. And the revolution is bringing back what that golden age was. For Tanaka, he actually identifies the golden age is Mozart. And he says that Mozart wrote in just intonation. I don't know how he gets this idea.
Wow.
But his golden age is Mozart. So it might be interesting to think more about that.
Are you finding enough interlocutors who are like interlocutors coming from Japanese like intellectual history and
Yeah.
you are?
Yeah, there's some really, I mean, actually, I'm really interested in, and this is something this summer I'm hoping to get to go to Japan and do some research in the Tanaka's grandson. And
Wow.
He has all of these archival
Oh my
materials,
gosh.
including images and some other things. I'm hoping to interview him too.
Yeah.
But also, there are 5, so when he went back to Japan, he started producing these instruments with the Yamaha Corporation.
Yeah.
And they showed up in every conservatory across the whole country. And they still exist, a lot of them, and some of them are still in playing condition. So I'm hoping to go and play some of them. But also the history of ownership for them is quite interesting. So one of them was purchased by this guy, Okura Kisichiro, who also owned this very famous, very fancy hotel where foreign dignitaries stayed. But he also designed what he called the Okura Aulos, which is a sort of metal shakuhachi, sort of flute hybrid, which he gave the name of an ancient Greek instrument. And this was sometimes to be played in duet with the so I mean there's a sort of interesting culture sort of idea there.
Yeah.
So yeah, I really want to investigate that more.
Yeah. Well, I would just say, as a last comment, so last year I was on the program committee at AMS, and we received over 800 abstracts, and there was a whole phalanx of abstracts dealing with sort of critical organology and instrument building and material culture, especially in the 19th century. And they were really strong abstracts, but hardly any of them dealt with questions of power at all. And so this is one reason why your project can make a really big difference.
Okay, good. Cool.
I have a quick announcement before. No. We're gonna change the order of the next panel. We're gonna start with Sergio and then go with Laurie. So Sergio has time to prepare for the concert, right?
Ah, yeah.
Alright, thank
Oh,
you. Let's thank Danny.
sorry.
Umbrella here is the global spread of the music industry during the era of the acoustic phonograph. Yeah, and specifically, exploring a series of recording expeditions made by the Victor Talking Machine Company through Latin America between 1905 and 1928. Yeah, so this is all about scouts going from multiple cities in Latin America with this very rudimentary technology and this, making these recordings in wax, and they converting and transforming those material products into records for some kind of hemispheric and global distribution. So some kind of checking both the side of the production and the expeditions themselves, and then how like the circulations of those recordings. So this one paper in particular is something I'm putting together, just exploring one of those expeditions, the one that took place in 1913 through Peru and Colombia. But I'm aware that I'm only kind of setting the scene here, so and kind of even setting the argument. So rather than developing that argument, and that is why I will appreciate any comments you may have. In a practical sense, so I think this very short paper eventually will be part of a chapter in my dissertation, but in a more practical sense, it's what I'm trying to bring together for a 20-minute paper that I'll present first next week in the Mid-Atlantic regional meeting of the SCM, the SCM chapter of the Mid-Atlantic next week. Hopefully, if accepted, in SCM in US at the end of the year. So thinking in this 20-minute paper thing, it's kind of like the idea. So the whole project, I'm considering like 5 areas or 5 topics, which eventually may turn to the 5 chapters of the dissertation. So this is like the broad context of this paper. So first, kind of studying like the emergence of the invention or the way of how these categories like ethnic records and foreign records take place for the industry. Yeah, so that's the, and specifically in the case of Victor, the Victor Talking Machine Company. In other words, how this transition from having a somewhat consolidated business in the United States and with these operatic conditions, so the transition from that into the incorporation of all these local musics into the industry and into the phonograph as a technological medium. Second, the history of the tours themselves. So there is virtually no history about this expedition. So this Victor and those of you who have read music histories of Latin America, so recording technologies and records are somewhat like ghostly presence in these histories. Music histories in Latin America, some kind of move from a time in which everything is performed live and traditional musics, and then records come into scene. So it's somewhat taken for granted that there was some kind of commercial intervention on the part of these metropolitan companies, but then they vanished. But this is an attempt just to see not only all of the tours together, but also kind of exploring the thing also from the side of the company. Yeah, but I'm going to say something also about that idea of the perspective of the company here. Third, also exploring the issues of the technological and commercial mediation in the realization of the trips and in making these recordings, and so practically how these records were made. Yeah, so specifically the issue of these American middlemen in these various locations in Latin America, improvising studios in makeshift hotels or makeshift studios or in schools and various kind of improvising the recording studios. So I'm also playing with the idea here of itinerant phonographs, but also with the idea of recording a studio on tour type of thing. And so this is one of the methodological challenges, because in terms of the sources from the company, there isn't much input about how these records were made. There are some interesting things to check from, but in that kind of reflexivity about engaging with the technology, I'm considering also the work of ethnographers. So in other words, so my work is definitely with commercial recordings, and yet both ethnographers and these scouts, they were sharing the same technology. So my take on ethnographers is much more in terms of getting certain understanding of what was it like to make recordings with an acoustic phonograph on the field type of thing. Four, all these issues with music and sound, so like the music itself that was recorded during the tours, and particularly the relationship between the music recorded in the tours with the music already popularized by the phonograph. So this kind of collision of aesthetic horizons. So to what extent? So there were the kind of transformations and transactions that were made just for the sake of the limitations of the technology when putting these repertoires in records. And also, this is like the modernist side here, so I'm taking here from Denning a little bit, even though I have like a very strong and difficult conversation with Michael Denning here, but I may leave this for later. But taking from Denning and from Derek Scott and some other people that see this kind of alliance of popular music with recording technology in the early 20th century as a modernist gesture in itself. In other words, in popular music at the time, and especially the popular music that is going to be privileged for these recording ventures, is pretty much in between the realms of folk music and classical music. And these musics in particular are in this in-betweenness and this ambiguity pretty much because they do not conform to the expectations either of traditionalism of folk music nor of erudition of classical music, and in this kind of indeterminacy they will kind of find ground by means of mass-mediated technologies. So in other words, oftentimes we take for granted the definitions of the various realms of music, in which popular music, of course, is this music associated with mass media and all of this, but this is much more like getting into the origins of that alliance or something like that. And finally, number 5, I'm interested in the issues of circulation of these recorded musics made in the tours in a hemispheric fashion through the Americas, but also in some kind of global fashion as well. And some here I'm doing some kind of what some people in transnational history call historical archaeology, in the sense of just taking, in my particular case, all these multiple kind of obscure catalogs in multiple languages in multiple parts of the world, and seeing how the rationale of the company was transformed continually. Yeah, and this was just a matter of improvisation, both when the recordings were being made during the tours, and also when they began distributing these musics globally. So they, in the first place, they aimed with these local markets in each one of these countries, but then they found like a good market and niche for these musics in the United States and in other parts of the world. And it's very interesting to find how, let's say, local records made in Colombia appear in the Cuban catalog and then in the African catalogs and all of that. Okay. And also how these same musics are informing like this kind of construction of jazz and diasporic form throughout the multiple parts of the world. Anyway, so I would like just to conclude by mentioning like 3 areas here. First, what I find like the easier and like more tangible achievements here is basically in terms of the first and the fourth and the fifth chapter. In other words, like the study of the emergence of these categories and the musical analysis of these recordings, and also the study of their circulation, which is also related to this idea of the crazes, and the crazes around tango in 1913 and the craze around Brazilian machixe in 1914, because those were real things. I mean, those and this was in the time of the acoustic phonograph, and here we're talking about millions of records being sold at the time, and this is like kind of like my hard response on Denning. I mean, so because Denning for the most part is pretty much demising the acoustic era as like in which recordings were like a marginal side of the music industry, and this picture is showing something totally different. The greatest challenge on my part is of course making the puzzle of these tours, and getting to those sources is difficult, and yet I have really incredible materials like the ledgers of the expedition themselves, some of these travelogues of the scouts, so there are like some interesting things coming in. But kind of like the big message here is that this is not a corporate history. I mean, this is not the history of Victor as a corporation going overseas, because actually my attempt is to challenge top-down narratives of the expansion of the global industry, music industry, as some kind of really carefully planned and developed mission on the part of the companies, but rather that this was shaped through a series of uneven and messy encounters on the part of these middlemen and scouts on the ground. So it's like some kind of bottom-up story of this global spread. So I think I leave it here. Where I'm at with this, I'm just ABD. I just passed my So yes, I'm just devoting into these entirely from now on. I've been making a lot of research with these in some interesting archives in California. I'm focusing on the U.S. sources at the time. For dissertation purposes, I may not check the other angle of these, which is like the reception and the huge monster of newspapers in Latin America dealing with this. I may leave that for the book. But I'll focus pretty much on this array of U.S. sources just to see this. Yeah. Okay. Besides me?
Go first? I'll go first. I'll go first. If that's all right.
Yeah, please.
Thanks so much, Sergio. It's really helpful to have the contextualization that you gave, and then we were just talking a little bit outside. What I'm going to speak to is to the document that I read, and I am absolutely convinced of the necessity of this project. I think it's absolutely essential. I think that to understand this kind of articulation point, that that is really about the development of popular music in Latin America, which would become so important for so many processes throughout the 20th century, not only in terms of circulation, global circulation, kind of along the terms of some of the stuff that I was talking about yesterday, but also in terms of nation building and all of these processes that ethnomusicologists and others talk about as taking place through music in Latin America, different kinds of racialization and so on. This is a really important historical point of articulation, and I think that in particular the fact that you want to look at the specific processes of those recordings and to look at how the sort of contingencies on the ground mediated and sort of intentions, readings, misreadings, who showed up, all of the sort of things that made these particular texts, musical texts, into the musical texts upon which the edifice of Latin American popular music would continue to be built, I think is very, very important. Not all of that, in fact, most of that is not clear in the Latin language here, unfortunately. So what I want to talk about is some of the questions that that come up for me as I read this. Some of the things that there's a lot going on here, and it seems like much of what I read was about some of the kind of more detailed sort of side issues that aren't actually about what's at the center of the project. So you talk about the circulation of local musics, and you say that it's important, but you're like, but I'm not really talking about that, right? And so I wanted to know, what is the place, above all, what is the place of the different elements that you're naming in relation with one another? That is to say, you're building a kind of, maybe we could call it like a network of different things that you want to look at. And so the question is, what goes in the foreground, what goes in the background, and how are they related to each other? That said, the specific issues that you bring up are really interesting. For example, the fact that there's this kind of back and forth between music being recorded of and marketed to overseas audiences as well as immigrants in the United States. And so there's this kind of like, you really get the sense that they're kind of making it up as they go along. If they can find an immigrant community, then maybe they'll market to it, and maybe they'll record those musicians. And the same thing with the with going to, and they're like, oh, let's stop in Colombia, why not? Here we are. There's also some background information which I think is important about things like that isn't here, about things like just the sort of nuts and bolts of technology, like what is the acoustic era, what is a wax cylinder, what is a record, what's the difference, what are the ramifications of the moment at which these emerge from dictation devices that can be used privately for recording and replaying, and as opposed to something which can be mass produced, that is to say recordings that can be printed onto multiple artifacts that are then sold as the recordings of whoever. So I think that is also important. Another question that I think that you sort of gesture to but don't really tell us much about how you're going to answer is something that you mentioned now in the introduction, which is the fact that Latin America is kind of this ghostly presence, I think you called it, in the history of early recording and the music industry and so on. So the question that brings up is, and this appears a couple different times, it seems like the figure of what hasn't been spoken about in the literature is sometimes presented as what is necessary to be said about that. So you say, for example, no one has really talked about this, but you don't say what you might come up with if you start pressing at Latin America. What are the specificities of the Latin American context that sort of come into play by looking at what you're looking at? Where did this go? Yeah, and so I think and of course there's a history, and this might be in the top-down mode, but of course the top-down also inflects what you want to look at. So there's a history of looking at infrastructure and technological development in Latin America by the United States, the Panama Canal probably being the biggest example, that it might be worth looking at, including failed attempts like building of a highway system, right? that didn't make it so far, for example, in Brazil, where they ran into the rainforest, whatever, right? The airplane became important, but then they had to build landing strips. So then they invented the hydroplane, which could land in rivers, and that. So I think that there are also ways in which this kind of this semi-improvised sort of set of trying to figure out how to penetrate the market and capture, the sounds or whatever, also takes place not only at a personal scale, but also on an industrial scale. And I would be interested to know what some of the larger scale, how those larger scale processes focus specifically on the singularity of Latin America, or the specificity of Latin America, inflected what these guys were up to. But above all, the thing that was really missing for me was, you name the guys. Rambo was one of them,
Yeah.
and Rambo, you talk about Rambo went down 2 times, and this was the second trip, and he would make the 3rd trip, and you talk about he recorded this person, and he recorded that person, but we don't have a sense of Rambo sitting there trying to figure out where do you point the horn, or what, I mean, if the thing that's interesting about technology is specifically the kind of mediations that, and you want to look at the technologists as figures, as going through a process, not as these sort of omniscient kind of, permeable just capturers of sound, but as having their own sort of ways in which they mediate, in collusion with the technology, in which they mediate these sorts of sounds, precisely in order to build what would become this edifice of Latin American popular music. But we never have a sense of them deciding who they're going to work with, right? We have a list of names, right? Or deciding that instrument won't work. That's, that one records wrong. And that might be an issue of the sources, or it might be an issue of you sort of front-loading some of the questions rather than the specific information into this document that we read. But that's the part that I wanted to see. I wanted to see people, whatever, the guy shows up drunk for the recording, the guy gets mad, or, the record is just a disaster and they throw it away. In part because I think failure is interesting and it sort of shows what the rules are. But because it seems like that's what you want to look at. The last thing is that there seems to be a whole body of literature on things like the early impact of recorded sound that doesn't really show up here. So you mentioned Mark Katz, but only to say that he recognizes that nobody's looking at sound engineers. But he also has this whole sort of theoretical apparatus about phonographic effects that I think could really be used. And Kittler and Gittleman and all of those, Stern even, although perhaps that's a different context, that I think you could really use to sort of frame some of these questions and to make more explicit exactly what your argument is, to get back to the first point that I made, rather than sort of different disparate sort of details that you want to bring in, and start to use the theoretical stuff to put them into a kind of setting in which each is pointing to the other, and you can see what the next step is.
Thank you. So may I just comment to that a little bit before? No, thank you so much, and thank you just for this really thorough reading of this. So what goes which is in the back and the front of this is pretty much all of this, and then what I would like to get much more to the front is this idea of the role and the kind of mediation and transactions and messy encounters of these scouts in the field. And so pretty much what you said in the end about Rambo and our house recording, that's the goal, and that's like the picture I'm still trying to create. So right now,
sources there?
Yeah, so that's the greatest one here. So I have the ledgers. I had like a first exploration into the ledgers last August in California, but those are thousands of pages, because it's pretty much a ledger per day, and we're talking about like about 15 years. It's incredible, So I think all of that should come out. We had this process with Sony, who has the rights over these documents, but USB, the University of Santa Barbara, grant me access to those ledgers. So now, what I had initially was just like a very quick look into the ledgers, and there's what this idea of the drunk people come, and just like a characterization of that. What I hope to do in the next 8 months or so is just go in detail into the ledgers, hopefully in pursuit of that. But in general terms, what I can tell is that these ledgers in particular are like a real detailed register of the type of activities they were doing each day, the musicians they were recording, sometimes with greater level of details. And and I'm very hopeful I'm going to get a lot of that information. It might be, but this is also really. I mean, the ledgers oftentimes offer some kind of symptoms, and this is me speaking in terms of Ginsburg and this historiographic branch of taking the symptoms in the ledgers to explore or things. In other words, so these ledgers, and that's what is so cool as a source, is that they are not intended as a historical document. They were just doing this register for the sake of the company. And yet there's a great series of annotations that I pretty much need to decipher. Yeah. So for instance, so they have the name of this. Oftentimes, like kind of like a format is having like the name of the person they recorded, the series of instruments included. Sometimes a series of anecdotal annotations, such as this guy came in late, he's out of tune, I don't think this is going to be like good for Victor, or things like we managed to buy the copyright issues from this composer, or this other composer wasn't willing to give this, and then there is this series of number like 2 1/4 for an USB. They don't know what to do with those numbers. Yeah. There are drawings of things, yeah. So and that's the other question about the nuts and bolts. Yeah, I've been reading just so much about this according technology, and that's what I'm just I'm making this connection easily. So on the one hand, all these drawings, for me, is just how they are setting the equipment, and then when you get into the travelogue of the same scouts, you're saying how that resonates with the same kind of practices that we're doing in the acoustic studios in the United States. Yeah, so it's trying to make sense of that. Also, all these numbers seems to be related to the size and shapes and locations of the various horns and all of that, but that's a picture that I still need to decipher.
Have you put your hands on the kind of technology that they were using during that period of time? It would be really interesting to just sort of like, I'm talking about sort of the embodiment of some of these that you mentioned. That might be interesting.
Yeah, yes.
Like 3 might be like, oh, there's the whole knob that goes.
I just been working as much. So that was part of the Californian adventure, and it's kind of precisely was just working with these phonographs, and I hope to make all the recordings on wax myself, just to see how, because I mean this is an area in which a lot of my interlocutors are all of these collectors, all these people tinkering with the technology, and I'm just so interested in the materiality, but that's also something that I need to figure out in that regard. Yeah, but that exactly what you're saying about Rambo, that's where I'm going. I'm still trying to figure it out, that puzzle to a certain extent. The other challenge here is that, of course, I mean I may intentionally try to make this into a 2,500 word paper, thinking in the 20-minute range, because originally this was like a 50-page document. So I pretty much took out all this theoretical stuff. I mean, so everything from Edison and how the invention of the technology becomes a business, and of course Swissman and Katz and Stern. I think there is a lot of that to take from there.
I'm sorry to interrupt you. I think it would be helpful to have the questions that you want to ask of the material that you haven't. Right. So there are questions that you have when you approach the material.
Yeah.
So just having a sense of what those questions are, theoretically informed, if not necessarily name dropping, like so and so says, and I'm using the concept of whatever. But what are the specific questions that you want to ask? Oh, I mean, even in like bullet point or list form, like will I find this? Will I find that? Would actually be really helpful for me as your reader, or as I guess your listener, your audience at the conference, to get a sense of what you're going on.
Yeah, and I never appreciate any advice you may have in relation to that, and in terms of what to focus on in a 20-minute presentation out of this material I have. Yeah. Because what I did first was to check out of these materials, but
because I wanted to answer precisely, my comments go in that direction. In terms of the overall appreciation of the project, I'm completely with Michael here. I think it's a wonderful project. A very important one, and a really fascinating one. But there's a tension between the beauty of the dissertation that you're going to write and the paper that you're planning to read and that you gave us. Because what we read feels like you took a little bit of each of those chapters. So you don't, it reads almost like a dissertation proposal.
Okay.
So my advice, it's probably different than I think what Michael was trying to do. I wouldn't, if you have the time, I wouldn't read this. What I would do is I would pick one of your chapters the one that you feel more comfortable right now, and write about just that, just one thing. And in the Q&A you can point out, or maybe in the first 2 minutes of your presentation, give a context, but then go into just one thing, like perhaps the Denning. Just the Denning, the discussion you're reading against Denning is pretty interesting already. It's a recent book, 2015. There's so much to say there about the acoustic era. You would have to define it. Basically, I think to make a 20-minute presentation about one chapter is reasonable. Your whole dissertation, I think, you provide too much information. It's in a way difficult to respond for your audience because there's a lot of interesting things, but they're very disparate. Some are very detailed, and some are very general.
Yeah, it was part of the idea was to just focus on this one expedition only.
But I think
it feels kind of incomplete still.
I think the expedition, because it's not that you're giving us a lot of detail about the expedition even. I think structure in terms of issues is more interesting than an expedition. So the discussion with Denning, or there's moments when you talk about the taste, you give us glimpses of the taste of the engineers. Because they, for the ones who haven't read it, they say things like, "Oh, this music is so ugly. It's terrible. It's worse than the Turkish music that we made." Which is, you could write a paper just on that. But the way you put it there at the beginning of your paper is like, why are you telling us this? Like, why is it important? Because then you never go back to it. So I guess my suggestion would be to just talk about one thing, or basically one chapter, one of these issues. And any of the ones that, the 5, because I imagine when you said 5 things, you probably do 5 chapters, right? Yeah, any of those would be great for a 20-minute presentation. I did have 2 specific questions, things that I wasn't very convinced, and I wanted you to maybe address now. The first one is that you talk about the scouts going to Lima, for example, and recording local musicians, and they're clearly thinking of things that are going to sell. This is a company that wants to sell, they're not scholars, okay? And I think your paper is very convincing at showing that they're concerned about selling in the local market, and sometimes they nail it, sometimes they don't. So I'm convinced about that. You also say that they are interested in foreign markets, that this is going to sell in the US or in other places. But you never get into that. And then you give us quotes, but they don't really prove that. You never explore. And I actually had a hard time imagining that, I don't know, a Peruvian wino would actually be really popular here in the 1915. So I didn't find that very convincing. That's one. So maybe you could address that. And the other one is that you talk about a class tension within the US about what is recorded, whether you record opera, high-class music, or operettas, tenors singing fancy songs, or what you describe as working-class taste music, or like the coon songs, the vaudeville, military bands. And I was wondering there if that is really working class, because I'm not sure if that's correct. And also, I wonder if at this era, when these things were still expensive, can the working class purchase these things? So my guess is that they probably wouldn't, and if they wouldn't, that wouldn't be the market. So maybe working class is not the term that you want to use there. I think the styles that you describe have a broader appeal than just the working class. The issue of the trial and error, this is just a side thing, but you talk about how this wasn't top down, remind me of Brian McCann's book.
Hello, Brazil.
Hello, Brazil.
How?
Why did it remind me of that?
Yeah.
Because this is a later period. This is the samba period, but there's a sense in which these people who are hired by these international companies are in Brazil, and they are. I got a similar sense from the story he tells of them trying out something and deciding on the ground, this is who we're going to record. and making connections over there, and only later informing
But
the owners of the company what was going to happen. So they had a surprising, I would say, agency to make decisions, and that's
yeah, I've read the book throughout, and I even published a review of it. But I so these are recording engineers
yes
in Brazil,
Yes.
in the Getúlio Vargas era.
Yes.
I want to read the part. That would be incredible.
yeah. Because I was also I was reminded of that because in Chile the story, which is what I know best through not my own research but Juan Pablo González stuff, Chile is a country where foreign musics have dominated throughout. Chilean music has never been able to compete, but in Brazil that's very different. So I felt that there was a connection there in the way the industry in Brazil had more, I don't know, the openness they had to really distribute local music. I think is very powerful, and it has implications for everything that happened later in Brazil. So that, I don't know, reminded me of these guys that you're looking at that are not trying to impose foreign things, but are trying to really bolster the local.
No, those are incredible connections, yeah, for sure. No, thank you so much. I think that because when I wrote the piece in the first place, I wasn't comfortable, and I'm still not comfortable with in spite of how short the presentation might be, if this is like a complete cycle of something. So my first decision was, okay, let's focus in just one of these expeditions, and let's try to see the whole panorama through one expedition. But I would either need much more words just to give coherence to that, because as it is now, it might be some kind of lack of evidence in the presentation, because there's so many. There's I agree with that. So many promises in terms of setting an argument that in the end is not developed for the sake of the words in the paper. So so I think I'll certainly take your advice on focusing on something that I can circle more together, or perhaps just not the whole expedition, but one episode in that expedition. I don't know what you think of this, but perhaps I think something that I can document very well, and I have much more information about it, is this set of networks that are created locally in order to make the arrangements with the local musicians. Just perhaps focusing on that, how these two people connected with these local music producers, who in turn connected with this other local producer, and then they get the musicians, and just this very kind of micro network of things happening. Perhaps might be one thing, as well as the denim part. Mm-hmm. But I think, but my denim thing, I kind of keeping it, because I need one more gun, just to, when is the moment to shoot, just but actually, Michael Denny went to Cornell last fall, and he gave his talk, and he presented about the thing, and I made my question in the end, and I just presented just a couple of evidence. Look what is happening in Argentina this time. You're this and this, but I have found this and that. But think of this, and he said, "Oh, I might be wrong." So.
I just have a quick comment. So, at the last AMS meeting, there was a scholar, actually an alum of this department, Gavin Williams, who gave a talk about the London Gramophone Company and how it operated in Singapore. Mm-hmm. And he was trying to use a kind of Latourian framework to write about non-human agents, and he included a discussion of shellac beetles, and then the technologies that drew on the resource of the shellac beetles, and how that's part of the British imperial, how the shellac beetles are part of the British Empire, and it was, and he was also drawing extensively from internal memos and correspondence among the gramophone executives, and it was a really polished paper, sort of very beautifully presented and beautifully written and very strong in many ways. But there was a tense exchange afterward, because Nancy Rao said, this is a gorgeous paper, well structured, well argued, but I worry that you reproduce a colonialist gaze. And what we need is a history from below of these this phenomenon of the recording industry. And then two other people came up to the mic and they were like, yes, that's what we need. And so there are, there's members, like there are scholars who are asking for your kind of project. So I just wanted to tell you that.
But this is the tension, and thank you for bringing that up. I know I'm running out of time, but I just want to say one last thing. Because what you said about the U.S. infrastructure, it's just, this is an integral part of this. Because there are like, there is like this recent push and field of the imperial age in the United States, and that. So it's like, but there are like two different empires kind of in collision here.
Yeah.
One is the U.S. empire, but by means of which all these crazes are taking place, and the exotic gaze is happening. So it's actually by means of this exotic gaze on the part of the United States, but that all of this is happening. And yet there is also all these processes of reappropriation and like the bottom-up things happening so very clearly. But also with this from national history thing, I'm kind of exploring all these other possible social formations. And one of those is this idea of Victor like a commercial empire in itself, yes, working under similar dynamics with the U.S. empire, but also with kind of challenging all of these dynamics and being having its own networks to a certain extent. Okay, I won't say much about it, but also in what you said about what is this different in terms of the common music histories in Latin America, I think is on the one hand this history of the region rather than the nations. And also a history that is told from the perspective of these, let's not say the company, but the perspective of the rationale of these people that are kind of invading these markets, rather than as one finds in the music histories of the local situations in which records appear or disappear, but we don't have any hint of the agency of the means of productions of how those things are happening. And finally, this idea of the working class music, I think you're right. That's something I simply taking from Kinley. He wrote like this first history of recording popular music as some kind of cultural history, and he's the one that he's making this clear divide between what he thinks of popular music and good music, and what Victor called the Coney Island stuff as something restricted to working class people, as opposed to the elite productions. So, on the one hand, there is like in Victor's rationale, there is like an actual division, and in terms of price. The popular music records were 25 cents, and the same technology, the same record, but it was Caruso on it was $5. Yeah, so it was like a real thing. But I think what I'm going much more into is shifting this idea of working class, and not think in terms of social classes, but much more in terms of popular, but not popular in terms of in socio-economical terms, but popular in terms of this broad appeal of something. Because what I find is that the same musical content is appeal to both working class people and elite people. And this is kind of like the game here. This idea of improvisation on the ground. This is a game of improvisation that is happening all the time. So in Victor's rationale, there was this idea, okay, let's divide between different countries, but then this music seems to be popular in other contexts, so they shift that around. But also they're thinking of different social classes, but then it's a broad appeal. So they are kind of shifting gears the whole time, and that's the idea of improvisation that I'm playing with. And improvisation that begin with the scouts themselves, because they have this kind of vague idea of what they're doing on tour. Like this idea of just going to Peru, but in the end, let's go to Colombia as well. Yeah. So they are these scouts are recording engineers, but they're also kind of what would be today a music producer. They are deciding what would sell and what would not, and so this is like the improvisation game that is coming from the bottom up.
All right, thank you so much. Yeah. Now we move to our last paper by Larry. That's student paper.
Sorry?
That's a student paper.
Oh, last student, yeah.
Right.
I was going to play an excerpt, but I want to save that until I've kind of gone through my paper. First of all, thanks for your expert readership and making space for me and Pansori in this conversation. It's really a pleasure to like read all of your contributions. So this also is a term paper that came out of Alejandro's seminar last semester. And the sort of guiding interest that was taking me through this project and through this paper was my interest in this notion of, and Michael brought this up in his keynote yesterday, this idea of cultural intimacy put forth by Hertzfeld, this idea of a sort of tacit but not so tacit, rather formal actually, knowledge of a collective identity for collective self-recognition. Something that I've noticed in everything from like 17th, 18th century like French missionary travelogues in Korea to like modern day clinical psychological literature, there's a very, again, not so tacit, sort of essentializing ethno-theories about how sad, like excessively sentimental Koreans are among East Asians. This is something that music pedagogues often say in East Asia about Koreans, and how classical music training for Koreans is especially a matter of tempering the temperament. And I became interested in this idea of excess sentimentality, that it is pointlessly mournful, that traditional cultural productions and sort of Korean cultural productions. And I'm interested in this idea of excess sentimentality and sort of excess pain and residual pain, because it operates on a sort of implicit sort of economical logic about pain, that pain is married, first of all, to its source, and additionally to its purpose, and that pain must expire when the source of its infliction expires or the purpose has been fulfilled, if there ever is such a purpose. And so, in thinking about this, obviously, of course, there's a lot of Korean theorizing about this. I naturally gravitated toward Pansori music. And you will have some impression from my paper that it's very highly sensationalized tradition. I spent many hours in the basement of Harvard Yenching's library reading about like blood and vomit and like bloody vomit and like ingestion of excrement water and things like this. And it's a lot of them have been verified, a lot of them have been aggressively refuted by Pansori practitioners, but it's a heavily sensationalized tradition. And I'm particularly interested in the modern day sort of negative reception to this tradition. The most aggressive opponents to the tradition, as you've seen in the paper, come from Protestant Christian Korean singers, who are the ones that are sort of, who comprise the sort of dominant Korean presence, or increasing Korean presence in conservatories and competitions in Europe, in classical music. And the criticisms are kind of threefold in my view. It's A, that it's excessively sentimental and mournful, but B, more importantly, that it's an excessively bodily expression of this pain. That it's too much of sort of like wearing the pain on the body and literally inscribing sort of what is seen as pain and resistance into the larynx. And third, the third point of criticism, I think, is a sort of what I've identified to myself as a sort of ethics of relaxation, that a universally modern subject literally relaxes into modernity by lifting the physical burden, and it plays out in sort of Harkness's ethnographic data that I've included in my paper, in literally expanding the pharyngeal cavity and like lowering, relaxing, dropping the larynx, releasing the tension from your face, tongue, all of these things. And that by unburdening yourself of the sort of physical stress, that you can then let a voice come through, sort of inborn voice come through. And I think this is a sort of like Husserlian voice that doesn't even need, it's present before you even assert it. It's a sort of always already kind of guarantor of subjecthood. And what's really interesting is that this sort of like narrative of advancement located in audible qualities of the voice don't just come from like westernized classical singers and from mega churches in Seoul. This also, I found, exists in sort of like aesthetic manuals and sort of like interviews with late 20th century Pansori singers who begin to say, well, there's one singer in particular who's one of the greatest sort of Pansori masters. Her name is Kim So-hee, and she begins to tell her students to, it's a really radical break from her lineage that has stood on like the ideal of overtaxing or overburdening your body as the sort of as the road to attaining your voice. So her break is that she tells her students to start protecting their larynxes and to really kind of like banish this idea that you need to push yourself and sequester yourself in the mountains and like experience near-death sort of training processes in order to attain very cathartically this voice. That this kind of practice has actually killed lots of Pansori singers, and that instead of breaking in their larynxes, these singers actually end up shattering them, can never sing again, or just die during training. And so her thing is that, again, they need to protect their larynxes. They need to, and it's again a sort of ethics of relaxation. She says that instead of attaining or reaching for the voice by screaming through the loud cataract or whatever they do, singing should be a matter of like bringing forth a voice that, according to your own means, according to your pre-given sort of affordances. And so this sort of, I mean, I don't think it's a starkly Westernization of the tradition, but there is a sort of similar approximation of a focalized voice, the dropping of the larynx and the expanding and the relaxing of the body. And actually, one of her students, what's important about this is that her lineage, her students actually become the ones that participate in international music festivals and collaborate with jazz musicians and things like this. And one of her students I just saw on TV like 2 days ago, and I saw her like sitting in a studio in a waiting room, and she's like, she has a scarf wrapped around her neck, and she's like not, she's like, instead of like asking for water, she like taps her student next to her. She's like a voice student in a conservatory or something, right? And this is so crazy to me because this is such a radical break again from a tradition that stands on these incredibly sensationalized narratives of approaching death in order to inscribe that experience of pain into the body and into the larynx and therefore into the voice. And there are a lot of medical documentaries or documents on the literal impact of the training on the voices. So what happens is you have this sort of gaping fistula in your vocal cords, so that and the repeated training, the purpose of it is to like permanently scar your vocal cords so they never touch each other, and so that your voice basically remains permanently hoarse. And I wanted to think about this transition within Pansori tradition. This understanding that there is a sort of way to relax and thereby access a universal, a modern subjecthood that everybody else has already adopted or approximated. And because I want to put it in conversation, and I've tried to do it in this paper, with existing sort of anthropological and political theoretical literature in Korea and sort of East Asia at large, whose consensus, sort of collective consensus, is for a more productive mourning, and which is typical of a lot of previously colonized nations, but it's a real emphasis on like individually felt pain that refuse to be elevated into a sort of dialectical, metaphysical deixis for a collective pain, a dialectical pain, essentially. And so I wanted to bring that into conversation. I don't think I've succeeded, and that brings me to what kind of feedback I would like. I think there are a lot of moving parts in this paper that I don't really put so simply and directly into conversation. Part of it is that I haven't done field work yet. This is my first work on first paper on Pansori. I hope to go to Korea and talk to practitioners next winter. And I feel like having my own ethnographic data and having spent time with practitioners will help me banish some of the more flimsy theorizing that I do to wherever failed theory goes to die. But beyond that, I would like to know what kind of felt excessive, and what I can do away with, or what I can streamline. Can you start?
Sure. I really enjoyed this paper. I told you that, but I'll tell you from everybody else. And I appreciate all of the things that you're trying to juggle here. most of what I have to say is about writing, I think, because you need writing to do a lot of work for you, and you're writing about something that are very difficult, like the voice. I don't write about the voice, not because I'm not interested in it, and not because I guess I've never tried to, but it seems like it would be a very hard thing to write about. And so you have to go back and forth between a lot of different sort of terminologies, including, you know, fistules and this sort of thing, and then sort of adjectival kind of qualities. And so I appreciate the magnitude of what you're trying to do here. So first a general sort of form thing. The section on hardness is fascinating, but it's really long and it's all him, which I didn't realize without having reading it until I got to the end. And I was like, oh, it sounded really interesting, and I thought that it was yours, not because of you were like, you know, plagiarizing or something like that, but just because so much of it was dedicated to his argument that it might be, you might want to condense that a little bit or sort of lay that out, exactly what it's doing. And I agree with you that you can sort of see the seam between vocal quality and then that last section about sort of the nation and national trauma and the sort of political register. And so the jump between those two, I think that's really where the as you asked, I think that's really where the hardest work has to happen in order to, and it's the hardest project to be able to, you know, take this really sort of like phenomenological, you know, almost internal to the body sort of register and marry it to like the nation, you know, history, and like all of these sorts of things. And I think that one way to maybe get at that is actually to look very, I mean, I'm kind of a nerd in this sense. I really like a certain kind of precision in writing, a certain kind of crispness in writing that I'm not necessarily able to execute myself, but I can always tell students to do it. And I think that there's two places in which that comes in that hopefully will be helpful for you to try and to write through this process. One is that I think it would be useful for you to look out for terms that become like particularly promiscuous. Like there's this, the word economy shows up a lot, right? Economy is, and it does all of these different things. You talk about, you know, an economization of the body. And so I just want to know on a really sort of factual level, when you say economy, do you mean exchange, transaction, valuation? What does economy do for you, right? And so I think that either clarifying the terms at the beginning or being careful not to reproduce the same terms for different things might help you actually let writing about the voice and writing about the nation and writing about history and writing about trauma let it be sort of really exact what their relationship is with one another. Another thing which is really, and so there's a couple of these in which things sort of end up kind of mushing together. The sweetness-harshness dynamic, sometimes it seems that there might be things which are not necessarily that similar to each other, but you're sort of conflating together. So for example, is the classical voice, the voice of classical music, really so relaxed and unburdened and natural? It strikes me as in fact a very unnatural voice, but unnatural in a very different sort of way. And so I want to push you to apply a little bit of pressure to the way that you're using these sorts of terms. And it doesn't necessarily mean that you need to abandon the kind of dichotomies and dialectics and this sort of thinking in what you're doing, but just to be more exact about it so that we can figure out what the sort of families on each side of the divide are, or maybe, you know, the kind of configuration will be less binary and become something else. But I'm not worried that you're going to find something productive to do with it. I just want to make sure that you start with exactness of terms and from there pull out what you need to pull out, because that what's the word? That
Cross signals?
Yeah, those cross signals. Yesterday I was like, those cross signals will come back to haunt you at some scale, right? If they don't haunt you at the sort of micro scale of the particular words you use, they'll haunt you at the conceptual level, and that's probably more dangerous. So solve it, you know, nip it in the bud. I think that there are also ways in which those can be inflected. So, for example, I was really curious about how much gender inflects the kind of sweetness, harshness, sort of duality that you put forward. And there's a couple other things that maybe could be thought of in that way. The role of so you have this really interesting passage from Harkness in which he talks about people coming back from Korea, back from abroad to Korea, and their voices change because they're in the Neo-Confucianist sort of setting in which they need to modulate their voices and to reflect particular social hierarchies. And I wondered if there's also a kind of discourse about, liberal individualism. I mean, clearly there is, but maybe that could be sort of drawn. So there's different things that inflect that maybe could be drawn in. But the thing that I think is that would be the most useful for you, and it's actually in a certain way, it's very simple for me to say, but it's hard for you to do, that would help you figure out the way to rectify these different, the disjuncture between the different registers that you're talking about, and that's simply to avoid the passive voice, right? The passive voice is like a silent killer. It will kill the kinds of the ways of, so you have these like sort of discursive maps which are like so detailed and they're so rich, but it's not clear who is making these claims under what circumstances towards what purposes. So the way that you can think about this is sort of setting out the axes and the coordinates upon which people plot different projects, rather than imagining these as sort of these monolithic, like, this is the harsh voice ideology and this is the other ideology. No, these are sort of points of reference that people use in order to bring different things in. I'll give you an example, and I'm sorry, I have a connectivity problem, so I'm actually not on Facebook as I'm looking at my phone here. Yeah. But as I have been through these wondering what I was doing over here. It was not texting people or whatever. So here's an example of this, and I read it in part to show you and everyone else how rich I think the kinds of ways in which you're describing this stuff is, and how much you might get from naming actors and naming agents who in some ways are what's really missing here, right? So, and these economies, and these economies reveal the desire to brush away the past, but not the historical weight of it, because the chronotope of ethno-national progress and Christian enlightenment requires the acknowledgement. So my question is, and I put it in the notes here, by who, of a superstitious poverty and death-ridden past. Rather, these economies reveal the desire to brush away or elevate the embodied techniques of sadness, pain, and what is perceived as uncleanliness in the metaphysical realm. The pain must be tempered and the body relaxed in order for a more agile and natural subjective expression. The larynx is treated as an instrument whose affordances will be expanded only when you temper its affective, non-dialectical utterances. It's actually the you that made me realize, I was like, who, me? And then I was like, oh, wait, I don't know any of these people, right? Now that I think about it. So that's what kind of clued me in. But I think that there's a tremendous amount of potential with this. And I think it's a really, really interesting and compelling project. And there's an import to it, there's a necessity to it that's really palpable. So I think you'll be able to do some pretty amazing things with this.
Thank you. I wrote down so many things. I don't think I have responses to all of them, because they're just like yes, yes, and yes. And those are like things I continue to work on. The way that I write, I know it becomes very sort of like. Anyway, I agree with everything you said.
Writing is the worst. Yeah. Writing is the worst. The first part is so much more fun than the graphic. I'm much better at the ethnos. Some people are really good at the graphic and not so good at the ethnos. And so, you find your process and you just kind of keep hammering away at it.
And when you do the field work, that will give you new. Not only will it give you new stories, but it also gives you new words, and new syntax.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, it's fantastic.
I did want to respond to one thing. The binary that I was resisting. I didn't want to perpetuate the binary between the harshness and the focalized and the ventricular, the rough and the because neither operatic singing nor pansori singing is not fostered. It's a very strained lifelong dedication to bringing out a certain type of voice. And at the same time that I tried to resist that, I don't think that I explicitly showed skepticism toward that binary, and I do
Right.
end up kind of endorsing it. So thanks for pointing that out.
So I'd say that Michael's and my feedback is complementary because I'm going to focus on a few theoretical points or references and also some maybe thinking in an open-ended way about your disciplinary positioning, which actually goes well with your. On the last page of the essay, I focused on a sentence in the middle of the first paragraph that I found important. You write, to take seriously the outpour of pain in Pansori is to take seriously the possibility that grief and pain are not always symptoms, but a resistant potentiality that must be continually brought into forms and sustained in and as durations. Beautifully clear articulation of one of the main arguments of your essay. And one question, it brought to mind Judith Butler's chapter, Violence, Mourning, and Politics in Precarious Life. And so, which describes mourning as a space, it describes mourning as a situation and an activity through which one recognizes the limits of one's sovereignty, but also through which one comes to recognize the need or the urgency for establishing various kinds of lines of solidarity with others. And she's working toward a kind of politics grounded in mourning, and also a politics that isn't necessarily that isn't necessarily nation-based. And so I thought that this could be one model of politics through mourning to write with or against. And so I just wanted to suggest that as a possible point of reference and a model through which you can distinguish your own work. But it also brings up the question of what kind of a relational frame does Pansori afford? And I'm sure that that's something that once you get into your field work, you're going to start, coming up, developing ideas on that front. So in this sentence I read, you also refer to how it must continually be brought into forms and sustained in and as durations. And so I also wondered what are the conditions through which this tradition is perpetuated. So that's another question your field work perhaps will, and then this also has to do the fact that these forms are perpetuated also points to a kind of hetero. I'm going to say like a hetero. The heterochronology or something like that, it's something that disrupts the chronotrope of progress. And then third question, I'm beginning to read more of the theoretical literature on voice that has been flourishing in the last several years, but I'm still in the early. I'm interested in it because I'm trying to write about Yoko Ono's voice. And Yoko Ono, by the way, talks about wanting to throw blood as she screams. And I had never thought about that in relation to this specific tradition, but I'm beginning to wonder, since she has a kind of encyclopedic knowledge of many different cultural forms, whether this is a point of reference for her and what that means in relation to her own Japanese identity. But anyway, so I wish that I had read more of the literature I currently have on my shelf and I'm preparing to read before reading your essay. But one question I have, just in response to having read Caballero recently, is to the extent that Caballero describes voice as a kind of fingerprint of singularity or as a marker of individuation. Would you write against Caballero or not, or does it matter? is Camarero even pertinent to this conversation? So that's a question. And then also you use the term melancholy, and I wanted to have a fuller sense of your reference for melancholy and the politics of melancholy. Is this, Freud? Is this, I don't know, Benjamin or someone like that. So I wanted to know more about that. And I think that those are the main points. Oh, and finally also thinking about the kind of the Christian evangelical traditions of singing and the ways in which a kind of, you might say, official ideals of citizenship, modern Korean national belonging are to some extent articulated in those musical traditions. It brought to mind a way of thinking about nationness and national performance found in post-colonialism, so in Baba and Edward Said, and also Claude Lafleur, though he's not on the post-colonial side, making the distinction between pedagogical articulations of the nation and performative ones, where you have kind of pedagogical representation of the nation that you find in textbooks and surveys and the ways a kind of ideal modern citizen is represented, but then you also have the rags and patches of the kind of carnival of the nation, where everyone's doing there's so many different articulations of nationness, and whether or not that way of modeling nationness is pertinent here.
Thank you.
Oh yeah, and then the disciplinary positioning. I think that I'm really excited by the work you're doing and bringing together a kind of intensive engagement with theory and historical thinking, and working through questions of trauma and violence, historiography, responsibly addressing these questions, but also field work. And so, first of all, I just want to say I think it would be, I want to encourage you to continue in this direction, and also to continue to forge alliances with the very kinds of people we find in this room who are dedicated to that, because there will be some, I anticipate there could be resistance to this, certainly from AMS. AMS people, it's becoming more open to cultural and critical theory and philosophy, but it's taken the work of trailblazers, and there are many musicologists who are allergic, and I'm not as familiar with SEM to know what the situation at SEM is, but this would be a brave path, and I think you can do it, but be looking up, be on the lookout for for Michael and for all of us, and there are other people out there who would encourage you and help,
Make panels.
Make panels. I know this is totally panels, and that's how NYU made the push. I mean, your generation and later at NYU is what partly makes this possible. Not just that group, but that group did a lot of work.
That cohort of people.
Exactly. Yeah.
Thank you. It's funny because I thought this was the most musicological work that I've ever attempted. I was like, there's so much music in here. I could submit this to AMS.
You should. That's right.
So there are so many things. The part about Camarero and the idea of voice as a positor or a guarantor of individualism, I think that's.
Right.
I don't know if I would write against it, but I'm very skeptical about it because. It's interesting to see that the transition right after liberation from Japanese colonialism, this idea that whereas pansori singers used to just be a vessel for expressing collective pain by various almost sadomasochistic forms of training, now you can express your individuality, which you've been suppressing for millennia. That's immediately a room for skepticism. and just this idea that the universal is the individual and the individual is the modern, and the modern is this infinitely agile space for, you know, expressive affordances. So I think that I would, and I want to spend more time thinking about it because you brought that up also, this idea of liberal individualism as a topic. The melancholy, and I did change the title, and the word melancholia is still in the program. The reason I use that term is because a lot of Korean psychologists and cultural theorists still talk about this in very Freudian terms, not even post-Freudian terms. So I this sense that there is like a sort of broken faucet mentality to the way that the Koreans think about pain and just dwell in it, and that there is a unproductive way it's an unproductive mourning. So I wanted to stick with this idea of melancholia because, I mean, this is a prominent idea about Korean cinema and film studies, that it's pointlessly violent. There's a sort of, and we've talked about this, how it's like, well, it seems the violence, the goriness seems counterproductive to the narrative and the narrative content or the work that the film is doing. It's like, but why do we think about excessive violence or excessive weepiness or whatever as spilling over form? Why can't we think of that as a sort of affective form or affectivized form? So that's why I use the word melancholy. But I know that I have to do spend a lot of time thinking about that and how to utilize it without, again, perpetuating the binary between melancholia and mourning. Other things you've said were more, I'm going to take more as advice rather than questions to respond to immediately. And these are all very near to what I've been trying to get at, so this is really helpful.
I picture you could have interesting conversations with Jessica Schwartz because she's done work on women in the Marshall Islands whose voices were damaged because of the nuclear testing, and then developed specific vocal techniques that, you know, basically took advantage of the vocal damage, took advantage of its expressive potential. So that was one project that came to mind in thinking about damaged voices.
I was also thinking about, you know, I write about, it's not in the book, it wasn't the dissertation, and it's going to be in the second book project I'm thinking about. A very similar sort of question about mourning and trauma and violence in Colombia. And aside from some stuff in Spanish by Colombia, you know, very sort of specific weird things that I wouldn't recommend because you probably, you know, be hard to translate and everything. There's the thinker who probably helped me the most in thinking about some of these issues was an Israeli philosopher named Benami Bar-On, and she has this book about, I think it's called Arendtiad Meditations. She kind of triangulates between Hannah Arendt, Michael Jackson, and Bourdieu is in there. And it's basically talking about something which I think is really, which I think is fundamental to what you're talking about, which is on the one hand, if there's a sort of set way of expressing a kind of trauma, then it becomes banal. But if there's no way for expressing trauma to be recognizable, then you're sort of alone in this sort of experience and that, and sort of moving back and forth between those in the specific context of Israel, right? I don't exactly have the title of that book in my head, and but I think that everyone whose paper I commented on, please write me. I have like comments that I wrote in there, and I don't want to get in anybody else's. But you should probably write all of us anyhow, and just, you know, and if we have things to send you, we should send that to you. And I'll just remind you to put in her name and all that presentation.
Thank you. So it's been like 34 minutes, right?
I want to listen to this.
I realized that I never played the excerpt, so I can play it a little bit. And this is the student of the sort of radical pedagogue that I keep harping on about. And she, I found out actually recently, 10 years ago, started collaborating with George Lewis.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, he was telling me.
Yeah, he's
yeah.
Oh, right. Okay.
But that's not what I'm playing. But it's that artist. there are no visuals because the visuals for this YouTube video is like looks like sunset glimpsed through a mosquito net.
Over there.
So I'm not gonna
bother me.
I can start playing I had like marked. I'll start from the beginning.
there's a male voice that comes in that it's quite amazing.
So a little context. The reason I wanted to hear that last part is because he's actually a well-known shaman, whereas the singer that started us off, the Sorikun, she is a more sort of professional singer who's tried to distance herself from the shamanic tradition. A lot of Pansori singers are people assume that they come from shamanic families, so their mother or somebody in their family is a shaman. It's a negative association that usually in Korea. Anyway, this is sort of, it's called kuum, which means like literally mouth sound. I wish I had a more elegant translation for it. But yeah, that was the sort of what I was going to play before we had the discussion. But thank you for your feedback. That was really great.
Alright, thank you everyone for joining us to our last panel, by Professor Cohen. A couple of announcements. After this, we're having the concert by Palo Negro at 7 p.m. at Lilipad. Again, there's a cover fee, but if you just mention that you're with the workshop, you can enter for free. Okay. So I'm not gonna be I have to take care of some stuff, but if you can go either around here, there's several places to get a quick bite. And then Lilipad is about 10-15 minute walk from here, so there's plenty of time to do everything. And Harvard people, if you can hear me, get these bodies around there, that'd be nice. All right, without further ado, let me introduce you to Professor Bridget Cohen, who is an assistant professor of music at New York University. Her research centers on 20th century avant-gardes, migration and diaspora, and intersections of music, the visual arts, and literature. Her book, Stefan Volpe and the Avant-Garde Diaspora, won the Louis Lovegood Award from the American Musicological Society. More recently, she was convener on the roundtable Edward Said and Musicology Today, published in the Journal of the Royal Musical Association in 2016. Her current book project is Musical Migration and the Global City, New York, 1957 to 1963, which explores questions of displacement and citizenship in the early Cold War through a study of New York concert avant-gardes, electronic music, jazz, and performance art. Research for this book has been supported by Wellesley College, the National Endowment for the Humanities, and the American Academy in Berlin.
I want to thank you all for your participation in this seminar. It's been a true joy, and I look forward to staying in touch with you over the course of months, years, following your careers. And thank you to Felipe for this invitation, and thank you to Alejandro for having created the seminar that was the point of origin for this whole workshop. So the talk I'm going to give, I wrote this talk last May and June in preparation for a conference in Helsinki on the topic of cosmopolitanism and music history. And so I thought that the topic would be pertinent enough to our workshop. We'll see. I think it is. And some parts of this paper make their way into the introduction for my forthcoming book, and so the discussion we have after the talk will be helpful for me for that reason. As a music historian, I'm passionate about the study of cosmopolitanisms. For this reason, my work is outmoded. In other words, I want to start my talk with a proposition that may seem perverse, given my enthusiasm for the topic. On the surface of things, cosmopolitanism theory is recently and hopelessly out of date. I don't really believe this, but it's since the rise of globalization and post-colonial studies, since the rise of globalization and post-colonial studies in the 1980s and 1990s, new and newer ideas of cosmopolitanism have sprouted up at rapid fire speed. One of the greatest challenges facing cosmopolitanism theory and studies today is the immense diffuseness of the field, with many disparate, even contradictory theories and concepts all laying claim to the same name. A search for cosmopolitanism on Amazon reveals more than 1,600 books with the term highlighted in their titles in fields ranging all across the humanities and social sciences. How might any given study of cosmopolitanism retain its critical edge and specificity within the sea of proliferating discourses? How might new cosmopolitanism theory offer fresh perspectives when the term has been so heavily and variously used in literature old and new? The academic marketplace compels authors to chase after innovative theories and topics to survive professionally. From this vantage point, cosmopolitanism has arguably lost its glow after more than 2 decades of new and newer theories and approaches. Indeed, cosmopolitanism studies might even raise anxieties as an object that points to the elusive border between scholarship and fashion. The situation brings to mind Walter Benjamin's 1927 essay, Dream Kitsch, and his words about the recently outmoded. Old picture books, teacups, and other mass-produced clutter collecting dust on the shelves. Quote, the technology of the marketplace consigns the outer image of things to a long farewell, like banknotes that are bound to lose their value. Yet in dialectical fashion, Benjamin turns this seemingly hopeless pronouncement on its head. Such recently outmoded things, he suggests, harbor revolutionary energies. Quote, immense forces of atmosphere are concealed in these things to the point of explosion. In this talk, I'll question what forces of atmosphere and energies remain concealed in cosmopolitanism as a recently, quote, outmoded keyword in the humanities. In doing so, my goals are threefold. First, I'll present a capsule history of new cosmopolitanism theory in the U.S. Academy from the 1990s onward. Second, I'll turn to Benjamin's idea of the outmoded as the opening to a politicized historiography of the recent past. And third, I'll outline some of the goals of my newest research project on music and citizenship in Cold War New York in order to suggest a set of possibilities for this historiography. Part 1, a short history of new cosmopolitanism theory. Let's talk about cosmopolitanism theory from the 1990s as a provocative recent past prelude to my discussion of Cold War America, the Cold War United States. Cosmopolitanism's diffuseness of application arises from a tension at the heart of the concept. Does world citizenship present a rarefied ethical or political ideal, or does it reflect existing citizenly behaviors on the ground? This question reflects a fundamental instability that often defines concepts of culture. Culture as a vaunted object of aspiration, on the one hand, and culture in its anthropological sense as everyday practice, on the other. The tension between cosmopolitanism as ideal and cosmopolitanism as practice, or cosmopolitanism as prescription and cosmopolitanism as description, threads throughout old and new literatures on the topic. This tension also animated the deeply optimistic wave of new cosmopolitanism theory that galvanized the United States Academy in the 1990s after the end of the Cold War. From now on, I'm going to refer to this literature with the acronym NCT so that I don't become tongue-tied. Ranging across fields from anthropology to literary studies to philosophy, some of the eminent theorists associated with this NCT wave include Arjuna Padurai, Anthony Appiah, Etienne Alibar, Sheila Ben-Habib, Homi Bhabha, Dipesh Chakrabarti, Feng Shi, James Clifford, Jacques Derrida, David Held, Walter Mignolo, Martha Nussbaum, and Bruce Robbins. Though it's impossible to subsume their various positions and uses of the term cosmopolitanism within any single definition, it is possible to indicate some of their shared contexts and hopes. Following the collapse of the Soviet Union and associated resurgent nationalisms and ethnic conflicts, these scholars asked what it meant to inhabit a globe no longer frozen in supposed bipolar conflict. In keeping with the tensions at cosmopolitanism's core, their arguments shuttled between observations of local daily practice and ambitious ethico-political visions. They sought to retool the universalist Enlightenment concept of cosmopolitanism in order to address diverse contemporary mobilities from below, with special attention to urgent questions of national violence, migration, displacement, and refuge. As Feng-Chi and Bruce Robbins put it, their call for a cosmopolitics involved a project, quote, to introduce intellectual order and accountability into this newly dynamic space for which no adequate discriminating lexicon had time to develop. Little consensus emerged with regard to how cosmopolitanism came to be defined in these settings. A symptom of this disagreement lay in the theorists' continuous fixing of new adjectives to describe their particular take on the concept. Vernacular cosmopolitanism, rooted cosmopolitanism, discrepant cosmopolitanism, etc., almost as though enacting a narcissism of minor differences. Yet this conceptual plurality also brought strength. One of the most valuable outcomes of these debates lies in the scholarly consensus that cosmopolitanism can indeed take on many actually existing forms. Cosmopolitanism then emerges as a comparative category, a way of highlighting practices or ideals of citizenship that structure affiliations near and far. Diverse instances would include, for example, the culturally hybrid hip-hop inspired experiments of contemporary Dalit poetry in Mumbai as politicized self-representation and protest, and that's coming from Baba, or the work of Australian indigenous groups seeking representation in UN forums for recognition of land rights after national political processes proved unfavorable for their cause, and that's coming from the Australian theorist Brett Nielsen. As an amorphous and ostensible category, cosmopolitanism would seem to have held the inclusive potential to highlight all manner of minoritarian citizenly speech and action reaching beyond local forums. By all appearances, however, the events of 9/11 weakened cosmopolitanism's purchase as a keyword in the US Academy, heralding its long farewell as a commodity in Benjamin's sense. Any whiff of pious euphoria surrounding the term diminished once terrorist networks came into focus as examples of comparative musicologists, of comparative cosmopolitanism. Not musicology, sorry. Although we could describe musicology as a comparative cosmopolitanism. But, okay, so perhaps So perhaps more importantly, NCT came under fire as an apologia for the outsized role of US geopolitical power and global capitalism. This critique had already taken hold in the 90s, but acquired traction in response to the US military incursions of the Bush and Obama eras. To be sure, NCT had around the time of the millennium, turn of the millennium, had found its most enthusiastic home in the United States Academy rather than elsewhere in the world. While many scholars intended their theories as antidotes to nationalism, they nonetheless invited critique by virtue of their relative optimism about a globalized world order emerging from the debris of the Cold War, with the US, presumed as victor in that Cold War. Critics, including Feng-Chi and Timothy Brennan, accused these theorists of simply buying into the values of a US-centric global capitalism by celebrating transnational networks of human and cultural circulation. And they criticized the theorists for masking the US's disproportionate hard power footprint in the world by presenting a false picture of decentralized fluid interchanges. These lines of critique raise the question of US intellectuals' positions vis-a-vis state power, which informs my study of cosmopolitanisms in early Cold War New York, an issue to which we'll return. The capsule history of NCT I just presented is a story of the recent past, of the outmoded. Benjamin compares the apprehension of the outmoded from our position in the present to awakening from a dream. Fresh from sleep, one still feels and remembers elements of the dream, but also begins to see them in the cold light of day. So it is with NCT. We're still living in the midst of the conditions and events that made NCT urgent 20 years ago. Indeed, the sheer scale of human displacement has grown in leaps and bounds since the 1990s, with more refugees, internally displaced peoples, and asylum seekers on the move than ever before in the post-World War II era. Nativist, xenophobic, populist movements have capitalized on these waves of migration, threatening to destabilize the governments of major democracies. And I wrote this last May, and I didn't even know what would happen here. Given these blatantly dire circumstances, how could we possibly abandon many of the values underlying NCT's projects? Why throw out the baby with the bathwater? As Benjamin said of the outmoded, quote, when we reach for the banal, we take hold of the good along with it. The good that is there, open your eyes right before you. In the case of NCT, I believe that the select good that is there included the following. First, a concern with matters of cultural translation, or the difficult negotiation of meanings across cultural boundaries. Two, a critique of universalist ideals of the citizen of the world, which highlights the many variable modes of globally informed citizenship that exist on the ground. Three, the attentiveness to aesthetic, ethical, and political projects that are not mediated through the nation state, without reducing these projects to the easy equivalencies of a benign multiculturalism. Four, an attentiveness to the mass displacements that define our times, coupled with a commitment to improve national policies of citizenship and infrastructures for refuge for the forcibly displaced. And I would add that citizenship here includes important cultural and symbolic dimensions highly relevant to the arts and art scholarship like our own. These concerns animated my first monograph on the German Jewish American refugee composer Stefan Wolpe and the historiography of exile and forced displacement. My current book project, tentatively titled Musical Migration and the Global City, New York, 1957 to 1963, extends these thought trains into a wider variety of New York-based music scenes at mid-century. Part 2, Early Cold War New York. My new book is both a study of interdisciplinary avant-gardes and an exploration of migration and citizenship in the early Cold War, with an emphasis on New York as a center of transnational exchange. Though the city has long held sway internationally as a cultural and economic powerhouse, the sheer prominence of its global position changed after World War II. During this period, New York crystallized as an archetypal global city under the pressure of the Cold War, when the U.S. asserted heightened economic and geopolitical dominance, while absorbing unprecedented levels of immigration in the wake of the Holocaust, decolonization movements, and the internal African-American Great Migration. We're still living in the afterlife of this moment. My historical scenes therefore figure not as a remote object for historicist contemplation, but rather as an antecedent and portal to dilemmas of the present. With a specific focus on uprooting, my book proposes an alternative reading of the historical legacies of New York-based concert composition, electronic music, jazz, and performance art at mid-century. Figures at the center of this study range from Edgar Varese, Vladimir Ussachevsky, and Halim Eldab to Charles Mingus, Yoko Ono, and George Maciunas. And it is a kind of history that focuses on particular historical figures. All of these figures have some kind of background in uprooting. Each enacted a vision of national or world citizenship in different ways through their arts. None of them could straightforwardly be taken as American in a symbolic sense, especially when taking into account the rigid norms of nationality that took hold in the US public sphere at the height of the Red Scare during the late 1940s and early 1950s. My goal is therefore to bring a new angle of vision to the set of musics often called, quote, American experimentalist, by foregrounding those creators central to its milieu who are paradoxically not always readily seen as American. Music scholars and critics have often naturalized American experimentalism as a national musical lineage extending from Charles Ives through Henry Cowell to John Cage and beyond. Edgar Varese is arguably the only non-native born composer often included in this canon. A typical lineup might include Charles Ives, Harry Partch, Henry Cowell, Carl Ruggles, John Cage, Earl Brown, etc. All male composers, largely, though not exclusively, of white Anglo-Saxon Protestant extraction. And I'm also interested in how this particular canon might actually reflect a long legacy of nativist ideologies in the U.S. that still haunts us. This national genealogy from Ives through Cage is no natural given. Rather, it itself is a curious Cold War artifact. While the term experimental has had a rich history in the arts from the late 19th century onward, it came to be used as a handle for an American, a United States musical tradition only in the 1950s, as described by William Brooks and Amy Beale. The music impresario and critic Peter Yates coined the term American experimental tradition in a 1959 essay to describe the lineage now commonly ascribed to U.S. composers from Ives through Cage. Showing characteristic nationalist bravado, Yates privately labeled his essay, quote, a classic, a paean of defiance, an America über alles. In 1959, Cage also delivered his manifesto, History of Experimental Music in the United States, at the Darmstadt Summer Courses for New Music, an essay conceived in dialogue with Yates. Though less overtly chauvinist than Yates, Cage proposed a similar national genealogy inflected by ideas of anti-traditionalism and outsiderdom, hallmarks of an American nationalist mythology. Yates's and Cage's manifestos advanced successful projects of national canon formation during the 1950s and 1960s. This success depended not only on composers and critics putting pen to paper, but also on surging Cold War networks of music patronage that offered American composers unprecedented access to a world stage. From the State Department to the Rockefeller Foundation to the Congress for Cultural Freedom, the Cold War brought enhanced sources of private and public funding in the effort to build and export a U.S. cultural infrastructure to complement its heightened geopolitical power. As many musicologists have described, this network of soft power included everything from the cultural programs of the Marshall Plan, including the Darmstadt Summer Courses, to the building of Lincoln Center in New York City, to secretly funded CIA-funded projects, to the construction of America houses and reading rooms throughout the world. Not surprisingly, many of the American artists and artworks who benefited from the resources of this era still command profound cultural capital. Post-World War II experimentalist artists like Cage appear on the historical stage almost as though to herald and confirm the culmination of the, quote, American century. It appears that every time we as music scholars naturalize the American experimentalist genealogy that crystallized during the Cold War, we also implicitly endorse a triumphalist narrative of national cultural achievement. That said, my aim is not to discredit a national canon or to dismiss U.S. artists as simply government dupes or opportunists. Rather, in the spirit of Benjamin's words, I want to introduce a subtle shift of perspective that alters our relationship with the recent past and its dreams. By underscoring non-native and minority creators involved in this historical scene, we denaturalize the national canon while accentuating charged questions of citizenship that prefigure dilemmas of our own time. In 1950s New York, migrant and minority creators navigated a national setting with profound advantages and challenges. On the one hand, they were ideally suited to mediate the global circuits of exchange and questions of cultural translation that assumed profound importance in the bipolar ideological conflict. For this reason, official funding agencies were attracted to figures like Vladimir Vysotsky, or for that matter, Dizzy Gillespie or Louis Armstrong. On the other hand, the Cold War heralded a time of acute cultural restriction, bound up with homogenizing notions of American identity that served as a bulwark against threats abroad and within. In this climate, displaced and minority artists could not always easily assimilate on a symbolic level as American. In other words, the ideological dimension of the Cold War raised fraught questions of citizenship worth spelling out. Following the classic work of sociologist T.H. Marshall, state citizenship includes three components: legal citizenship, or citizens' equality before the law, political citizenship, or the right to political representation, to vote, to assembly, etc., and social citizenship, or equal access to social programs and benefits. Contemporary citizenship theory, however, increasingly considers what might be called a fourth dimension of citizenship, its symbolic and cultural components. Symbolic citizenship, as described by philosopher Avishai Margalit, refers to national community-based bonds that define mutual citizenly recognition, including elements such as language, religion, political beliefs, artistic activities, appearance, custom, heritage, and other less tangible elements. This fourth dimension of citizenship concerns matters of dignity and humiliation, or cultural inclusion and exclusion. the ideological nature of the Cold War fetishized the symbolic components of US citizenship to an extreme. A number of questions arise from this situation, especially for non-native cultural workers like those in my study. At a time when charges of un-Americanism were wielded as a blunt instrument of attack across many elements of US society, what did it mean to be a good or a bad immigrant? During a time when Americanness entailed the supposed responsibilities of global superpowerdom, what did it mean for non-native cultural workers to represent US culture on the world stage? And for those who resisted identification with the US nation state, what did it mean to try to defy such a powerful symbolics of community and global presence? These questions cut across the historical field to reveal wildly different comparative cosmopolitanisms on the ground. So let's briefly consider 3 fragmentary examples. Example 1, Varèse, Mingus, and jazz. In 1957, Edgar Varèse composed the poem Électronique to be premiered in multimedia collaboration with Le Corbusier at the 1957 Brussels World's Fair. The Philips Corporation famously commissioned Varèse's and Le Corbusier's spectacle of lights, architecture, and sound to signal its Marshall Plan-fueled multinational resurgence after its wartime exile and dismemberment. What is less known, however, is that Varèse recorded and led a series of improvisations with jazz musicians in Greenwich Village in the lead up to this collaboration, with the likely intention of incorporating jazz sound samples into the texture of the poème électronique. I tell the story of Varèse's underexplored jazz sessions as a story about symbolic citizenship during the Cold War. The younger composers Earl Brown and Tio Macero helped Varèse to organize and record the sessions, using their roster of contacts to invite such now iconic musicians as Charles Mingus and Art Farmer. Like John Cage, Brown belonged to a group of US composers who claimed Varèse as a forefather to the American experimentalist tradition they were in the midst of defining and advocating. While Varèse had a long history as a transatlantic emissary of American musics, he also had a history of dismissing jazz in racially denigrating terms in the 1920s. He said, jazz is not music. Jazz is not America, it is Negro music, exploited by Jews, basically. So there's a lot more to say about it. Varèse's newfound attraction to jazz in the 1950s, however, ran parallel with the music's increasing legitimation in US public culture, emblematized by its official inclusion in US projects of cultural diplomacy, which involved such figures as Dizzy Gillespie and Louis Armstrong. Within a downtown New York scene teeming with ambivalence toward its European heritage, the émigré's new interactions with jazz musicians could implicitly strengthen his American bona fides through proximity to a quote-unquote indigenous US tradition. And in fact, Peter Yates makes specific reference to Varèse's interest in jazz in his essay on the American experimentalist tradition. Meanwhile, jazz musicians at the session like Charles Mingus turned to racially integrated musical performance as a space for citizenly recognition and civil rights protest. This brought new meaning to jazz classical crossover events like Varèse's sessions. Given Mingus's own racially and ethnically mixed background, he saw dialogue between eclectic cultural traditions as a symbolic testament to pluralist civic community and racial integration. So this is linking up with Ingrid Monson's work on George Russell, for example. Though Varèse and the jazz musicians had compelling reasons to collaborate, their encounter ultimately amounted to an abortive exchange. The episode brought a clash of divergent cosmopolitanisms. Varèse did not end up incorporating sound samples from the sessions into the poème électronique. He struck some of the jazz musicians as patronizing in his attitudes toward jazz, which were oriented by primitivist racial stereotypes. Detached from civil rights politics, Varèse turned to jazz in an act of cultural appropriation that could have bolstered his American symbolic citizenship on the Cold War international stage, precisely at a time when he was seen as a vital forefather to US musical traditions. This appropriative move jarred with the vision of musicians like Mingus, who could not take for granted the full rights of U.S. citizenship and saw musical performance in the terms of a struggle for enfranchisement, racial integration, and human recognition. By the late 1960s, Art Farmer, and to some degree Mingus, had joined a wave of African-American jazz musicians who looked abroad for a sense of belonging, despairing of civil rights progress in the U.S. Their brand of cosmopolitanism could not extend outward from secure national belonging, but rather consisted in a feeling of exile. In contrast, Varese leveraged a cosmopolitan persona as a genius citizen of the world, a publicly celebrated representative of both French and American cultural traditions, and a mediator of transatlantic cultural solidarity that also had political value in the framework of Cold War soft power. So I want to close the discussion of this example by listening to an excerpt from the recordings of these sessions. And what we're going to hear, we're not going to have time to discuss it extensively, but we're going to hear the social interactions alongside the musical performance. The musicians are working from a graphic score that Varese created, basically with contours that are suggesting the melodic profiles the musicians should play, and the musicians are getting out of sync with one another. They're trying to stay together, but at a certain point the ensemble kind of comes apart, and there's a question about, okay, what happened? Like who was late? Who was ahead? How did we get out of sync? And Varese is trying to get them to start again, but then Mingus interrupts and says, "Wait, this is not natural to me." And then he starts asking if he can rearrange the stands and possibly the chairs. It sounds as though he's trying to create to change the positions of the musicians so that they can see one another better. Perhaps moving from a more kind of traditional conductor orchestra style setup to the setup that is more appropriate for a jazz group. And so you get a sense of the kind of the tensions of the interaction and the fact that you have these kind of competing, not only competing musical styles and languages, but also different ways of imagining the social interaction of the performance space. It sounds kind of fascinatingly tense performance situation. So. Maybe you could turn it up a little bit.
Yep.
Example 2, Ussachevsky, Luning, and the CPEMC. In 1958, Vladimir Ussachevsky and Otto Luning founded the Columbia-Princeton Electronic Music Center, CPMC, the first center for electroacoustic music in the United States, supported by a $250,000 Rockefeller Foundation grant. In their Rockefeller Foundation grant application, Ussachevsky and Luning justified the national public good of the CPEMC in competitive Cold War terms. The CPEMC would enable the United States to outpace technological and artistic advancements in Europe while serving as a hub for cultural diplomacy by attracting composers from throughout the world. These arguments resonated strongly with the wider mission of the Rockefeller Foundation, which sought to invest New York with a cultural infrastructure befitting its global status as what they thought of as the economic capital of American power. Luning and Ussachevsky emerged as ideal navigators of such official U.S. patronage networks and their charged ideologies. The figures' immigrant backgrounds and deeply transnational professional networks brought leverage to their projects in official patronage channels. A white Russian emigre from Mongolia, Ussachevsky had worked in the Office of Strategic Services, the precursor to the CIA, and the State Department as a research analyst in the East Asia Department in the 1940s. A Midwestern European-trained German-American, Leuning had helped to administer U.S. cultural diplomacy and exchange projects in Europe from the 1930s onward. Both avoided any political taint during the Red Scare. In their individual and collaborative electronic compositions, both composers explored a poetics that tended to celebrate American technological progress while revering Western traditions of high art. At the CPEMC, they fostered a highly collaborative studio environment ideal for establishing long-term relationships with composers and technicians from different parts of the globe, from Mario Davidovsky to Halim Eldab to Bülent Arel and Edgar Varese, while strengthening their ties with electronic music studios elsewhere in Europe, South America, and Asia. In finding their niche as composers, technicians, and cultural diplomats at the CPEMC, Leuning and Ussachevsky also solidified their symbolic place in the U.S. as quote-unquote good immigrants against the political instabilities evoked by their Russian and German backgrounds. In other words, the composers' self-consciously internationalist aesthetics and professional goals found positive alignment with state interests and popular national ideals of citizenly action. I thought we could just listen to a musical example. We're going to listen to Ussachevsky's Wireless Fantasy from 1961 to the first part of it. And he uses a mixture of contemporary and obsolete technologies. He uses Morse code signals that are tapped out on antique spark generators. And he also uses shortwave radio sounds and a pre-recorded passage from the prelude to Wagner's Parsifal. And he used Ampex tape recorders in order to mix and sequence the sound samples. The piece is written as an ode to Lee DeForest, who was the American inventor of shortwave radio and vacuum tubes. And the Morse code signals the initials of Lee DeForest's name. But I'm also interested in the fact that that Morse code and telegraphs were an important aspect of Ussachevsky's childhood in Mongolia. His father was pretty high up in the Russian military, and he was charged with guarding railway and telegraph lines in Mongolia in the early 20th century. And this was Ussachevsky's earliest contact with electronics and what sparked his interest in electronics. So this is a piece that blends a kind of references to a kind of American mythology of invention with his own childhood and displacement. So that's something I'm going to keep thinking about. So we'll listen to this. Example 3, Ono, Maciunas, and A National Fluxus. In 1961, Yoko Ono launched a series of highly original conceptual and performance artworks in New York before taking her show on the road to Japan, initiating her lifelong career as a mediator of transnational avant-gardes. Her own cosmopolitan persona and activities entailed a strong spirit of critique toward her two homelands, Japan and the United States. Born into a Japanese merchant dynasty and noble family, Ono spent her childhood in the 1930s shuttling between the two nations, following the career of her Bank of Tokyo executive father. Her family counted as an early example of the economically privileged East Asian astronaut families whose mobility followed the movements of a burgeoning Pacific Rim capitalism, as described by anthropologist Aiwa Ong. Despite Ono's wealthy background, however, she also faced dire dispossession as an internal refugee following the 1945 Tokyo fire bombings, an experience that informed her artistic work powerfully for decades to come. Upon embarking on a career as an artist in adulthood, Ono was disowned by her family, entering what amounted to a gender-based exile from Japan due to the unacceptability of her career choice in light of her family's national prominence. During this time, Ono tended to define herself as neither Japanese nor American, despite her Japanese citizenship. The violence of Japanese military society and the U.S. nuclear and fire bombings of Japan hindered any easy identification with either nation in which she had been raised. Ono's earliest work in 1961 thematizes her ambivalent sense of belonging within a feminist critique of national violence. Though this work launched Ono's career, it has found relatively little critical or historiographical attention. As I've described elsewhere, her 1961 opera Aus for David Tudor stages what Ono called, quote, the blue chaos of war through an unprecedented assemblage of dramatic elements involving the juxtaposition of animal sounds with human voices, a dehumanizing pileup of human bodies arrayed like corpses, excessive, just this extraordinary kind of screaming performance, and I think this is the first time she screamed in her own particular way in public, and this is a trademark of Ono's, of course. And also recordings of speeches by Hitler and Hirohito. So there's no recording of this, unfortunately. My students and I have tried to stage it, though, which is great. You know, it's the wonderful thing to do at the end of the semester. So Aus and her other earliest pieces also play on questions of cultural translation, blending Japanese, American, and European aesthetic conventions and sensibilities in order to produce new intermedia forms that confound given genres. As many historians have acknowledged, Ono played a formative role in helping to shape the poetics of early performance and conceptual art, and most especially Fluxus. Founded by the artist and impresario George Maciunas in 1961, Fluxus operated as a sponsoring structure that assembled a fluid and international network of artists, musicians, and writers who in various ways brought into question boundaries between art and life, while tending toward a critique of global capitalism and U.S. militarism in tandem with the escalation of the Vietnam War. Like Ono, Maciunas had struggled for survival during childhood as a World War II-era refugee from Lithuania. Ono's and Maciunas' artistic alliance grounded itself in their shared autobiographically informed critiques of state violence. Maciunas envisioned Fluxus as a, quote, a national platform for transnational art sponsorship that could compete with and mock the hypocrisies of official U.S. cultural diplomacy networks and the media of global capitalism. Both Ono and Maciunas enacted models of global citizenship that actively chafed against the idea of loyalty to any nation, yet surprisingly little scholarship has considered these cosmopolitan dimensions to Fluxus practice and ideology. Conclusion, outmoded scenes, nomadic music. Here I shared 3 fragments of disparate cosmopolitan stories in early Cold War New York. They speak to the overwhelming task of sorting through these creators' wildly varied relations to ideas of national and world citizenship. Each of their comparative cosmopolitanisms is shaped by the affordances of symbolic citizenship, inflected by experiences of cultural uprooting and race, gender, class, and so on. Given the cosmopolitan variegations that define my historical scene, I find the present in the past and the past in the present. In the Cold War US, the state and its institutions voiced an ideological imperative to project a unified national public sphere to combat perceived threats inside and out. Sometimes our music historiography of the period has risked buying into such a mythology of cultural unity. In some ways, sometimes it has, sometimes it hasn't. We could talk more about that. Yet the further one delves into early Cold War historical scenes, the more riven by displacement its musical subcultures appear. In other words, these scenes from the recent past, these artistic scenes that are simultaneously splintered and networked, they remind me of the present. Moreover, the citizenly dilemmas that animated actors 60 years ago are hauntingly familiar. The debates about who and what represents the nation, about how to project soft power in the world, about whether to participate in such soft power projects given their complicity with hard power, and about how to circumvent these circuits if circumvention is even possible. For all of the changes of the last half century, especially in technologies of communication, commodification, cultural dissemination, it appears the past will not die, and the present was already part of the past. This brings us back to Benjamin's historiography of the outmoded, to old-fashioned artifacts that linger on, and the radically contemporary forces of atmosphere they conceal. Along similar lines, Benjamin wrote in the Arcades Project of the necessity in his own historical project to, quote, explode the homogeneity of the epoch, interspersing it with ruins, that is, with the present. To be sure, I would not want to overextend an analogy between our position and Benjamin's own, studying 19th century Paris from a standpoint of contemporary cataclysm. But there are still lessons to draw. When Benjamin writes of exploding the homogeneity of the epoch, he seeks to blast apart not only perceived cultural homogeneities of nation or society, but also their seeming temporal consistencies, or the chronometric terms in which their stories are told. He critiques renderings of the past as a continuously unfolding, temporally consistent whole. In seeking to explode the homogeneity of the epoch, he's calling for a more cosmopolitan, attentive approach, not only to heterogeneities of culture, but also to the ruins, ghosts, and anachronisms that disrupt our narratives of the past, present, and future. The past is never truly past, in that moment when the future cannot wait to be born. Here I'd like to conclude with some thoughts about our advantages and responsibilities as music scholars. Benjamin's words remind me of some of Edward Said's thoughts on music. In musical elaborations, Said ascribed to music nomadic qualities. This is his term, nomadic qualities, that he saw as salutary for modeling ideas of culture more generally. Said called music nomadic because of its profligate involvement in the world, its excessive fluidity of meanings, and its impurity of origins. In demonstrating such nomadic qualities, music worked for Said as a useful allegory and tool through which to battle homogenizing notions of community, culture, nation, and society he encountered in text-oriented disciplines of history and literary studies. Given the slippery, nomadic qualities of the medium we study, I'd venture to say that it's more problematic for music scholars to buy into the myth of any homogeneous national or global public sphere. In some ways, I think that musicologists can think better through metaphors that are slippery and that are nomadic because it's part of the medium we study. So this brings us back to the dilemmas of New Cosmopolitanism theory. While New Cosmopolitanism scholars in the 1990s ostensibly celebrated cultural heterogeneities, they sometimes overestimated the progressive cultural work their own theories could accomplish, as though picturing a surprisingly simple model of public sphere in which academic theories enact political solutions to unwieldy world problems. This model raises the political stakes far too high for any theory of cosmopolitanism to bear. But if we come to value cosmopolitanism theory more soberly as presenting a set of comparative categories and possibilities, then we may continue our work as scholars to imagine, to critique, to practice thought, and to pass along these skills through pedagogy, all of which involve their own cosmopolitics. And we also push ourselves to dwell and labor with the intractabilities of the outmoded. Thank you.
we have 15 to 20 minutes for discussion. Floor is open.
Yes.
It's just a point of information.
Yeah, of course.
This is an awesome presentation to think about. But I really enjoyed the first recording.
Oh, yeah.
And I was just wondering, is it like archival recording or is it?
Oh, I'm glad you're asking. So these recordings were part of the Verez's personal papers and effects that he kept in his home in Greenwich Village. And then when he passed away, when he passed away, they basically were no longer public, and they only became public when the Verez collection came into the hands of the Zacher Foundation in Basel, and somehow the recordings were bootlegged, and I'm not sure whether they were bootlegged once they became available in Basel or not, but now they're on the internet in kind of lower audio quality versions. And Zacher Foundation is an archive that is extremely strict about access, and they're furious that this stuff is on the interwebs. I'm so happy they're on the interwebs, but luckily in Basel they were also able to give me higher quality MP3 versions, which are the versions I've been working with in my own scholarship. But they're out there. There's about half an hour's worth of music from the sessions, and it's quite disparate, the different examples. And then the reels are kind of interesting themselves. One reel is labeled sources, and it also includes sound samples that actually were incorporated into the Boulogne Electronique, and it includes kind of a mixture of African diasporic sounds and industrial sounds. And then there is another disc. It's in Verez's handwriting, and he wrote jazz with pink and purple crayons and special like shadowing and special kind of stylistic flair. And so it comes across as a kind of either an object of extreme enthusiasm or fetishization, or it's just like really into it something. Yeah. So I have an article that that hopefully will be coming out not long from now, all about these sessions. But there's a lot to the story, and there's some oral history surrounding it too. So I talked to one of the people who participated, and he basically said that Verez expected them to asked them to play wild, and no matter what they did, he's like, but it's not wild enough. Explore the full range of your instrument, and they're like, what do you want us to do? So an episode of Cross Signals, it's really fascinating. But also you can see why there might have been ambivalent silence afterward on everyone's part, Other questions about anything? Yeah.
I'll
please
start with something.
Yeah.
I love the project, and I think it's wonderful, and it aligns so well with your first project too, in very interesting ways. And I also thought about Ben Pickett's work in '64. So you're looking at a period right before, but also these interconnections in the avant-garde. It's great. And your caveats about dealing with cosmopolitanism, honestly, I didn't need them.
Yeah.
I feel like, because maybe it's my age, but I don't feel like it's really outmoded, and I don't think you really need the justification of why you're doing it.
Right.
It's very reasonable, it makes a lot of sense.
Yeah. I appreciate that. I really do. And I've increasingly been feeling that way about it too. I did experience pushback on my use of cosmopolitanism theory in various projects in peer review. And
what kinds of criticisms do you get?
A number. One of them is that the term is just too diffuse, and you have to spend so much time situating your own use of the term cosmopolitanism in relation to this massive theoretical literature that it almost means that there's no point to even using the term. I mean, I don't know if you've encountered
exactly the same
over and over. Yeah, and also the thing. Oh, that's old. That's the other thing.
Right.
It is the most superficial kind of treatment of fashion, scholarship as fashion, and they're like, oh, that's old, and then they'll kind of imply that you're only using it to be fashionable, And yet the family of concepts is so critical to the moment we're living in, and it's almost as though people don't want to deal with the difficulty and intractability of it.
Not to be naive, but how is it more diffuse than nationalism
Or culture.
exoticism,
Or culture.
or any other set of terms
Exactly.
we use?
Right. And maybe the fact that the older ideas of what cosmopolitanism is or can be have been troubled by post. I mean, I think that there's been, especially in musicology, in historical musicology, there has been a marked resistance to dealing with post-colonialism more generally. And so I think that now there can almost be this kind of attitude like, well, that moment, post-colonialism has already passed. Thank goodness. We don't have to deal with it. It's not, we can deal with new materialism or whatever. Like, we don't have to deal with that. And so that's why forums like this are so important. And also the Cosmopolitanism conference I attended in Helsinki was a wonderful event. So we need to rely on one another as life rafts, to create life rafts together. But the resistance is so strong, and just having, now getting to know, I mean, I know of some scholars who have repeatedly submitted abstracts and panel proposals on cosmopolitanism topics, and that just gets rejected year after year at AMS. And then finally, the idea for the Said panel that I put together, it was because I realized I was so frustrated over the situation, and I realized that we were approaching the anniversary of Said's death, and I thought, they have to let us in. It's Edward Said, big guy, and it's, and this is like a kind of memorial panel. They have to let us through, and it worked. So it was a big deal. And then also with JRMA, it's good that they published it, but we got a lot of editorial pushback in the review process where they're like, oh, we don't need this, and blah blah blah, and really, it's just. So
where did you publish it?
With journal JRMA, yeah. And I'm glad that Laura Tunbridge, the editor, she embraced the project and pushed it through, even though the first review she solicited was basically like, oh, we already know all of this. We don't need a panel, we don't need a roundtable on Edward Said.
I appreciated despite the fact that all the things that you're saying, I appreciated the way you sort of broke down into two tendencies, which is actually fairly simple when you think about it, kind of prescriptive and descriptive sort of versions of cosmopolitanism that actually continue to trip us up, even if we have, even if I think I have a fairly supple understanding of what it is that I'm trying to get at when I talk about cosmopolitanism, that above all is the sort of, the kind of minefield that needs to be,
it's true.
Engaged with. And the other thing, just about something that you said at the end, and in response to Daniel's question, I appreciate the looking at the ethics of missed or mixed signals. And it's even when it works, it's cool to hear about these two avant-garde composers and their grant proposal.
Yeah, right.
And this is which is kind of the same as I'm going to do a Said panel to try and get cosmopolitanism in. And it's just very interesting as thinking through how kind of the experiential dimension of discourse, right?
Right.
And when it's shared and when it's missed and all of that stuff. So. Yeah. Right.
Yeah. Because these agents, they're all thinking through, how am I a citizen of the world?
Right.
And it's actually part of popular consciousness, I think, during the Cold War in a way that it isn't necessarily at other times, where you just read popular magazines and there are questions about, how do we position ourselves in the world, and it's just like a big public concern. So, and now after the election, I actually feel some nostalgia for the public debates that you find about that question in early Cold War. Yes.
In this workshop, I have a very workshopy paper.
Oh, good, yeah.
So as a grad, and I talked this with a few grad students here, and it's how to phrase this. Basically, what you present to us is a very kind of standard format of scholarship, so this is my theoretical body of work.
Right.
These are my music examples.
Exactly.
So when I read them through this prism, I have my conclusions.
Right.
Why is that model? Is it just simply an academic convention? Is it because you will not get published? You don't have like this very, this sort of positioning, and also like, are there? So something I wanted to say yesterday, and I ran out of time, with this the criticism that you both made about my lack of theory. I was trying to find a way to like talk about theory and all these things that theory kind of inspired me without having to resort to the same, kind of tiring way of what.
Right.
This guy says this, this guy say that,
Right.
and I say this, right?
Right.
So I don't know what other strategies to imagine for like being inspired by theory and being able to engage with theory
Right.
that are outside of these formats.
Yeah, that's a wonderful question. So there's so many ways I could answer it. I think the short answer is I can't wait to have tenure so that I have more freedom to explore a wider variety of formats. And I also think that frankly, I think that there's a gendered dimension to how one is perceived when one writes, when one reads and writes and thinks about theory. And so in my early career, as a graduate student at Harvard, I was a total theory head. I was so interested in whatever challenging texts I could find. And I read a lot and I worked hard and I worked 12 hours a day with my reading and my thinking and my writing, and I was totally into it. And I think that my first writings were more experimental in form because that's just my proclivity. And the texts that I find most engaging are often experimental in form. And I received so much pushback, and particularly also in conference presentations with people who didn't know me. Often, there would be a number of people in the audience who seemed to question whether I actually understood the literatures I was engaging with. And so then I found that I needed to explain everything so clearly so that if they were not familiar with the theory, they would have some kind of clear explication from me that would then show them that I have actually read this and I know what I'm talking about. And also I had a very interesting experience because my husband is also really into theory, and we're in lockstep in terms of the stages of our career, and he never encountered that pushback on theory, and he had a lot more license to write in more experimental formats.
What is his field?
History of music theory, kind of intersection of history of music theory and history of science and intellectual history. And so no one questioned whether he had read his, whether he was well read, and he could also make his points more subtly and didn't need to repeat them multiple times. And so the person who helped me to do this, to spoon feed to my audiences, is Anne Treffler, actually. And I credit her for having helped my career tremendously because she was like, she understands that reality. And so I'm just waiting, I'm like, I have prison break syndrome. I'm so on the verge of turning, in a year I'm submitting my tenure docket, and it's later than usual because I also had a clock at UNC, and then I started a clock at NYU, and I have prison break syndrome. I just want to get it done so that I can do whatever I want. But musicology, especially musicology, they're really allergic to theory, especially when it's coming from women, is my experience. And it's both men and women who can respond that way. I'm just being totally frank.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. And Sindhu's encountered that too.
Yeah, for sure.
I think also that, in addition to the gendered aspect, that when you're earlier in your career, people are not going to give you the benefit of doubt that you know. So especially as a student, there's like a performativity that says, yes, you can trust me and I'm a competent scholar when you give a paper. I mean, obviously that's not Bridget's situation right now, but I mean, when you're personally thinking about what you're going to do as a student or an early scholar, there's a reason that dissertations read the way that they do, with so much citation and so much believe me, I know, you know.
And this was for an international conference too, so I also knew that people would be, that it was a language that was entirely in English, but for people who were speaking English as a second language, and I wanted to be totally communicative. And coming from different intellectual traditions and academic traditions, I wanted to be very communicative.
For me, as an ethnographer, some of the stuff that I appreciate most and I try and model myself after, and maybe there's, you know, in reference to what you were just saying, there's, you know, definitely some gendered privilege that I have as a man to be able to do this, perhaps. Although I always sort of feel the kind of, you know, who's lurking out there, who could sort of get me with this or that. The stuff that I like to read the most and the way I would prefer to write is to not wear any of the theory on my sleeve and sort of stick Hugh as closely as I possibly can. This may become clear over the past 2 days, to sort of the texture of people just living their lives, and just backload all of that stuff into footnotes.
Yeah.
You know, and then in the conference paper, there are other ways to do that, which is to be like the, you know, almost. I've never actually deliberately done this before, but it'd be kind of a fun, provocative sort of asshole thing to do, which would be to like imply that I didn't have a grasp of something in order to have someone ask that question, just to be like, boom! Which I think would be kind of a fun thing to do, but I think you need to have that stuff, and it's tiresome, I think, to read the sort of really paranoid sort of scholarship, you know, where you just have to constantly sort of, and so the stuff that not only reads the best, but I think also thinks the best, is informed by and can absolutely draw on this sort of archive of, you know, concepts and so on, without necessarily having to perform it in that way of like, I am now theorizing, right? Although there are places and there are sort of some things which that is what you're doing, and so that's what you do. But for the most part, you know, and this is also, you know, coming out of ethnography, as I said, I like to, you know, kind of put that in a different place, and when it's necessary to pull out, you're like, well, actually, you know, this idea of cosmopolitanism, that idea of cosmopolitanism, whatever.
I actually remember that when I first started publishing, I had a problem that, because I was coming, my training was in musicology, but I was coming from like cultural studies. So I was writing more like a cultural studies person than a music theorist, a music historian. So I had a problem that it read a lot like a theorist. And my strategy was to, and this is why I actually started telling my students later, which felt kind of like hypocritical, because I had done what they were trying to do. But the strategy to me was to think about it in terms of underworld. And I could tell them, you know, theory is like underworld. You want to have it, but you want to show it.
Yeah, right. That's great. That's great. And with my dissertation, I did the footnotes too. I put all my theory into footnotes for my dissertation and my first book. Yeah.
I just want to say, like, to come back a little bit to the you guys here. I hope with that you wouldn't have to give this thing where it's like I know I shouldn't be talking about cosmopolitanism, but having that in there, I really appreciate it, and I think you heard us appreciate like through Benjamin this whole like the importance of thinking about the outmoded.
Yeah.
Because that's such a music, and that's like Susan McClary says that I don't know if it's in femininity, and she's like, you know, we might be the first discipline to be post-feminist without ever having been feminist. But that's true. That now it's true about identity, about like all these things that were post that musicology never was.
Right.
And so I love when the way you're thinking about that through cosmopolitanism, because it's a bigger problem in our field.
Right.
We just like wait till it's unfashionable, and then we don't have to deal with it.
Exactly. Right.
So I just want to say I appreciate that.
Well, the outmoded part is what I want to include in my introduction eventually, and I want to engage more with the Benjamin, and there's so much to think about. And whereas I had an intimation that it was relevant, you know, now it feels even more relevant. And also the combination of my affective response to these historical scenes, like the combination of nostalgia and horror, and trying to, you know, trying to recognize what the recent past as an important historiographical category, and what does that mean for us, the recent past. So.
Well, we're out of time. Thank you so much, Professor. And thank you, everyone. Hope you can make it to the concert. And any questions, email me.
Thank you, Felipe.
Yeah,